Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, this is Radio Generation, 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course 89.5 in Garissa. My name is Muga and this is the People's Breakfast, the home of hard truths and bold insights. Nakama kawaida, we do have Patricia Wayo. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Uko salama?
Salama kabisa.
Yeah?
Kabisa.
Una sound ni kama mimi ndio siko nimekuhakishia microphone. Pole sana. A very good morning to you.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, good morning.
You know, I'm so used to you being on the other side. So nimewasha microphone, then I'm wondering mbona sikusikii.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but good morning.
Good morning.
Uko salama sana?
I'm okay.
Unajua wahenga walisema
yes,
panapo wazee hapaharibiki
jambo
neno ama jambo. Na leo tuko naye mzee mmoja hapa hivi ambaye mnamjua. You guys have heard him all over. He is a seasoned journalist as well. A very good morning to you, CT Muga.
Good morning.
Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, how do you find it? Is it as warm as you expected? Is it cold?
It's very pleasant.
It's pleasant.
Yes.
Wow, you have a way with words. You never choose anything that I hand you because in the morning I remember I asked him something, then he was like, "No, it's not that. It is this." He's a very interesting fellow.
The English language offers us diversity.
Yeah.
So I'm simply experimenting with the diversity that we have.
Karibu sana.
But thank you very much for the invitation.
Yes.
And it is a pleasure.
Yes.
I've met you, but it's a pleasure to be sitting in the same room with you.
You know, it's interesting. When you see someone on TV, you hear them on radio, you watch them on YouTube, you always have this perception about them. But when you meet them, again, it disappears. And it doesn't matter who it is. It's everyone, whether ni mtu nakatia ama ni mtu you look up to.
Yeah.
CT, let me just say that you're an interesting fellow. You're a you bring a certain energy to a room. So we hope that we're gonna experience this energy for the entirety of this show.
Yeah, on the People's Breakfast,
Yeah?
of course, yes.
You know, when someone calls you interesting,
Yeah.
you're not sure
Whether it's interesting in a negative way or
whether he's
positive.
saying that he thinks you're just borderline mad, or whether he thinks that you're absolutely crazy. You're not quite certain what it is.
You're just in between. You're somewhere there. Yes.
Ungalikuwa crazy, my DMs right now would be full. Like movie. Yeah, I posted a picture yesterday and everyone was just telling me, movie tomorrow morning tuko pamoja mbaya. So if you had been a crazy person, I think the first DM would have been like movie we kwisha.
Well, but some craziness sometimes also depends. Sometimes there's some craziness that is acceptable, is quite interesting. Yes.
Kinachoonekana ni kwamba umeamua kwamba mtu akiwa na kichaa kiasi tu si mbadhi, isipokuwa asiwe ati anakimbia uchi, sio?
Yeah.
As long as ukimbia uchi tuko tu sawa.
Kuna kichaa kidogo inakubalika, and especially with the current situation in our country.
Ile ambayo tuko nayo sasa.
Yeah, kidogo, yes.
Asante.
Karibu tena sana.
Thank you.
All right, so family, kindly welcome City Muga. You can find us on social media, that is at Radio Gen KE, across all socials. On Facebook specifically, it's Radio Generation Kenya. Also on our YouTube, it is Radio Generation Kenya. Tafadhali nenda pale and let us know, rather not let us know, but welcome City Muga. And also let us know on some of the topics we're going to be discussing here today. If you haven't seen any of our guest lineup, kindly check the same socials. You'll see who you're going to be hosting today. In terms of the conversation, also anza kuchangia mapema so that we can get this conversation going. So City, let me tell you what happens at this particular hour. We usually start with some sort of inspiration by looking at a day that perhaps the world is celebrating. And Patricia is always very graceful to give us a day. So what are we celebrating today?
Today is the International Day of Friendship. Yeah. International Day of Friendship.
Is it legit ama umetafuta juu City amekuja leo?
No.
It's legit.
It's legit.
All right. What do they say about it?
Yeah, this is a day that promotes friendship between peoples, countries, cultures, and individuals to foster peace, mutual understanding, and reconciliation. Yeah. So the day, of course, it emphasizes on values of like solidarity, diversity, respect to build bridges, and address global challenges like poverty and violence.
Nice. I always had a different perception of friendship when I was younger. When I grew up, I discovered that friendship is, how can I put this? Friendship is not what we thought it was when we were kids. You know, when we were kids, friendship was all about saying that your classmates are your friends or your neighbors are your friends. But nowadays, I actually believe friends are those who come through for you. You might not even have conversations on a daily. You might not see them on a daily. You might not even talk or WhatsApp, or you're not probably even in the same vicinity in terms of location, or you're not in the same even country. But whenever you need them, they come through. So that's my definition of friendship. And I think it also aligns with what you've just said there. Yeah.
It's all about building bridges, addressing issues like global challenges, like poverty. Yeah.
You know, whenever you have a day which has so many tenets that it intends to cover, what it points one to is that we don't have enough friendships on the planet. So you have to be reminded that this thing is important. Because if it was commonplace, for instance, how often do you enter a room and tell somebody, please breathe? You don't, because there's oxygen and they breathe.
Yeah, it's natural.
Yes, it's natural, you breathe. Unless someone seems constricted and they're having a problem, tell them, please pause and breathe. But the reminder about friendship, and to have a day that reminds us of friendship, tells us it's a commodity that has become rare over time.
There's shortage.
Yes, iko shortage.
Yeah.
Kuna upungufu mahali. So so you need to be reminded that.
Does this apply also to to that verse in the Bible that tells men that you love your wives? Does it mean there's shortage of love with men?
Your wife is not your friend.
No. I'm just using an example.
She's asked a valid question.
Yeah.
That particular verse says, men loves your wives as Christ loves the church.
Yes.
Usiwachie tu love your wives hapo na uweke breki. It goes on.
I just wanted to understand whether it's like the Bible felt that, whoever was writing felt that men in sometimes they'll be getting tired of loving their wives, so they have to be reminded in the Bible.
In fact, you've mentioned a good word. What it's telling you is, even when you get tired, re-energize, because loving your wife as Christ loved the church. Remember, the love that Christ had for the church ended up in his death, ended up in a sacrifice. So the sacrificial element in love is what makes it enduring. In the absence of that sacrifice, then it's temporary and it's fleeting.
Okay.
Yes, it is seasonal. Leo nakupenda, kesho sikupendi. Okay? So whether you have a headache, whether you have a stomachache, whether you're not feeling up to it, you're being told you must be in a position to sit back, redouble and reconsider. It is a commitment. That's what you're being told. Yes.
So do you think it's possible to get tired of loving someone?
Yes, you can.
Tired.
Yes.
Kuna watu wanachokesha sana bwana.
Tired.
Yes.
Kabisa. Na utaka hata kumuona.
You can get tired of coming to work. You can get tired of doing whatever it is that you like doing. But getting tired of love.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh yes, in fact, if you read the papers, and we're going to be looking at them.
Right.
One of the things that we find features prominently is the number of situations where someone has harmed the other one, has assaulted, some they have killed. You hear of love triangles. What do you think it is when they say the love has gone bad?
I think it's just falling out of love. Because if you get tired of love, my friend, that's
See, that is now that's what leads to
that's what it
falling
means.
out. Yes.
You just described it very well.
Oh, so what I consider falling out of love, you consider getting tired of.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa.
So the same applies now to friendship. You are reminded every day. So you had to set aside this day to remind you to be friends.
Okay. So any other day that we should take
No,
note of? No,
just that.
All right. In terms of the train, where are we going?
RGK train taking us to South Africa.
Okay.
To this one, Desmond Tutu, the late, yes. So
The late Bishop.
yes, the late Bishop.
Desmond Tutu.
Yeah, this is what he said, that freedom is meaningless if people cannot put food in their stomachs.
Okay.
Freedom is meaningless if people cannot put food in their stomachs.
City Muga, over to you.
He does have an extremely valid point.
Right.
See, the entire conversation around freedom, which is supposed to be based in a system of government we refer to as a democracy, government for the people, by the people, and of the people. The understanding was that the consideration of the individual, we in Kenya have crafted it well, we call it the sovereign, okay, is preeminent meaning you want to ensure that you cater for the smallest denomination of the individual. The person as the same to a kawaida.
Yeah.
Now, it means therefore that you meet their basic needs. If you can't, then what is this democracy you're speaking of, and what is this freedom you're speaking of? Because if you wake up every morning and you're not certain you're going to eat, you're not free from hunger. And yet, in this country, one of the things that the founding fathers spoke of was the liberation from, among other things, hunger, ignorance, bad health. These are the things that they sought. And 60 plus years down the line, we are still fighting the same war.
We're still fighting hunger.
We are still fighting hunger. We are still fighting disease. We are still fighting ignorance. Not everybody is as educated. Steps have been made and progress has been made, but we are still fighting it. What does it tell you? That it's a battle that you never stop fighting.
Okay.
It's not that we have failed. No. It's a battle that you must understand you will always have to fight.
Do you think what we like calling, the first world countries or the advanced democracies, they still have a similar struggle? Or
yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because you assume that those countries don't have poor people. They do. You assume that there are people in those countries who sleep hungry. They are.
Okay.
The numbers may dwindle, but they may also have social programs that cater for such people. That's part of their development. There are a few small countries which are essentially principalities, the size of small towns.
Like Monaco.
Yeah, where you don't find. There's one called Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein, yes.
And where you don't find such things. But that's an anomaly. People, they don't even have 1 million people. So, it is not impossible for you to cater for those. But the test of leadership and the test of humanity is how you seek to ensure that there's equity and equality for all people. That constant quest is what proves or what determines whether you have leaders or you don't.
Okay.
Yes. When you see that the efforts being made are made towards ensuring that this thing we're discussing happens, it may not happen overnight, but you see the effort. See, a lot of the complaints that we have is that we don't see it. Or when we see it, we see it in small measure. But people would like to see it in greater measure. Then it gives you hope that you also can benefit from those initiatives.
Awesome. So I had a different thought when I saw that particular quote, and I was asking myself, so is it okay to not have the freedom but have a full stomach?
Well, it's
or do we say that they go hand in hand, like you need to have both? You can't have one and not have the other.
Where do you know of where people do not have freedom and yet have full stomachs? Where?
It will not work. No. Who told you they get satisfied? They get enough food. Who told you?
At least they're fed. I'm hoping they're fed 3 times a day.
We hope.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I mean, it's our assumption that they do.
Well, it is actually, and when we talk of having food in the stomach, it's not just food. Yeah.
It is not just food, but think about it for a second.
Yeah.
Do you really think that the person who is fed, if we were to take your example in prison, would rather eat and be in prison or be free and not in prison?
All right. I think he'd rather be free.
He'd rather be free and
hang a bit on the outside, but at least have that freedom.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. Thank you so much for that, for the day, and of course for the train. Right now, though, let's get into the top stories of the day. If you've not logged on to rgk.co.ke, please do. That is where we're going to be starting before we get into the newspaper review. Kindly, let's go together on this first story that talks about the cabinet. Now, cabinet apparently has approved the last mile phase 3 to connect over 180,000 households. Yeah, so this is on our website. The cabinet has approved the last mile phase 3 to connect over 180,000 households. So what does this mean? Let me just read this story for a bit. It's by Tanya Wanjiko. More than 180,000 households across underserved regions in Kenya are set to be connected to electricity following the government's approval of phase 3 of the last mile connectivity project. Now, the plan endorsed during a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto at State House aims to bridge the energy access gap and make use of existing infrastructure, especially in rural areas. City, on Monday we hosted 2 engineers. They are electrical engineers, and they were just breaking down the electricity bill that we currently use. And one of the things they pointed out is the fact that the Water Resources Authority, WRA, receive some money from our bill whenever we are paying for our electricity bill, whether we're buying tokens or the postpaid bill. And the way they explained it and described it, they were saying there are certain monies that go to certain organizations such as WARMA, the Water Resources Management Authority. They also mentioned REREC, Rural Electrification something. And for example, for the REREC, they said it receives up to 3 billion monthly. WARMA, they receive, I think, about 17 million shillings monthly, and they do absolutely nothing. And we've been paying this money for a couple of years now. I think it's almost a decade.
When you say absolutely nothing, what do you mean?
When, for example, for WARMA, when they said we pay them this money and yet they do not directly affect how we receive electricity. It's not like they'll be on the ground to ensure certain things are done for the consumer to initially consume that power. So we are paying them this money. It's like pesa ya macho. Let me use it. Let me use that phrase. The way I give you money, unyamaze ama ufungie macho too for the sake of, and you're doing absolutely nothing to receive that money, or you have absolutely no responsibility as far as my consumption of this particular service is concerned. So when I see this particular story about the Last Mile Project, which we have been talking, I think, even during the times of President Kibaki, we've been talking about the Last Mile Project.
Yes.
I don't know, what do you make of it, Muga?
Bear this in mind. We don't have a static population in this country. And with every yearly cycle, new people get into the job market. Some exit, but those who enter are more than those who actually exit. Exit either through retirement or exit because they've gone on to the next world. Now, because of this, the demands for some of these services doesn't go down, it increases. So those who are in the positions of providing these services are constantly trying to keep up. Okay? A time may be reached when you can argue that every household has access to power, but we're not quite there. And a lot of progress has been made, and there are areas which never had power, never dreamt of it, which now have. But remember, when you talk about power in this country, the real discussion has been, when you talk electricity, are you talking about power lines? Are you talking about the traditional way? Or are you talking about alternative renewable energy that is also available? And how can people access it?
Right.
So the wholesome discussion simply tells you that even if there's criticism, it tells you something is actually happening. It may not happen at the pace that you want it to happen. It may not happen to as many people as you'd like, because remember, all these things also come with a cost.
Right.
So it may be available, but you can't afford it.
Yeah.
So, for instance, one of the issues that arose during that conversation is the fact that we are paying 17 million monthly to WRA. Yet again, like there's absolutely
17 million.
Yes, 17 million shillings from all the bills collected, or rather paid at the end of the month.
Every month.
Every month, yes. So we're paying WARMA about 17M monthly for nothing.
Is it really for nothing?
It is for nothing.
Why?
Well, I think what they explained here, it's about WARMA is supposed to help in looking at the water catchment areas,
Right.
managing the water catchment areas so that we can still continue producing power. So
Remember,
now the challenge is the fact that most of these water catchment areas, the shambas boarding those areas, you realize that there are people who, of course, they are responsible for their own pieces of land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the waters from the rivers and the lakes get into their farms, and then they exit at the end of the farm, right?
Yes.
So they are released back either into the river or into some other spaces.
So they felt like that contribution that you are making to WARMA is actually not. I mean, you cannot.
It is not justified.
Yeah, it's not. Yes,
Why,
that is the right.
Why do they think it's unjustified?
Because here it's okay.
It's the Water Resources Authority.
Yes.
What is their mandate?
To manage the water catchment areas.
And to ensure the management of the catchment areas is so that they can ensure that the citizens of this country have access to safe, clean water.
Right.
That is what it is. That's their mandate.
That is yes.
Yes. So are we saying they're not fulfilling their mandate?
So what he was arguing was the fact that the water that we need for the production of power, electricity, doesn't necessarily need to be clean. You see?
Yes.
So they said even if WARMA has not been involved, still with that water, bora maji iko, still power will be produced.
Now, here's the funny thing. Kengen, who are the people who actually produce this power, they are the ones that manage the sources of water, where the Seven Forks dams and the other dams that they utilize to produce power. So Kengen is the company that actually, first of all, gets the water, cleans the water, manages the catchment area, and then releases the water back after they have produced the power with it, releases the water back into the rivers and into the lakes. So they were saying hii pesa inaenda kwa Warma, which is in the bill. The problem is the fact that it is in the bill that we actually pay at the end of the month. Don't deserve to receive that money.
It's an oversight. When you hear of a body that is called an authority, it has oversight powers. Who oversights Kengen? Who oversights every and any institution we have in the country that uses water for whatever resources? That is what they do. Believe me, there is always, it's a lot easier to criticize an existing institution, but there's always thought that goes into, remember, you can't form an authority without an act to support it. So it goes through many processes before it gets to parliament, and an act exists under which it can actually function. Now, those functions are deemed needful and necessary at the time. If they have outlived or time has overtaken them, then we should be told, and they should explain how time has overtaken those functions.
Right.
But there is no institution in this country that does not require oversight.
So I think the right word is to say that they have been overtaken. Their responsibilities in that area.
I think it's, for me, I think it's just duplication of duties, because we're already paying Kengen for the same service, and then we're paying Warma for the same service. So that means that my electricity bill is actually higher than it should be.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my problem.
Have you looked at your fuel bill if you have a vehicle, and have you looked at the things you pay, and that bring the cost to whatever the cost is?
Right.
You can itemize them and you can question these things, and I think it is good that the discussion around it is happening, because then we'll actually be asking ourselves, this is what it was set up for. Is it actually doing what it's supposed to do? If not, do we do away with it, or do we change the mandate so that it meets the needs that we have today? Because my argument is oversight is always necessary.
And I think it's fine. Oversight is good and it's awesome, and that's why perhaps systems work the way they do, because there's someone to confirm that indeed they are performing and they're working. But my problem comes in whereby if I am actually paying for a service that I'm not directly receiving from the person I am paying it to. Yeah.
It's like you saying that you don't want to pay money for this roads levy because there's some roads you don't use.
No, of course not.
No, not necessarily that.
Can you use all the roads in Kenya?
You can't.
Of course not. Of course not. However, I can also argue something similar and say that if I am paying for this road levy, and I've been paying, fuel maintenance or road levy for the last 20 years, and yet where I live the road has not been fixed, then I think I will raise a voice.
You should.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, I think of roads that I've been to, even this road coming up to this place.
Yes.
It is very badly and poorly maintained. Okay?
Right.
So, there is always something that we can speak of, but you see, the joy of having that roads levy, it makes the argument we have plausible.
Okay.
And it introduces hope, because you say, kuna hii pesa. Why has it not done this? Now imagine if that money wasn't there. Where would we be taking our discussion, and where would we be taking our queries to? If something has outlived its purpose, and it can, or the mandate that was created has become outdated, that is a simple reality that can be altered.
Right.
So it's a question of, when to alter it, what do you alter it to? And what are the needs that must be there, and who are the people who are supposed to? I think this is where the MPs come in, isn't it? Yes.
So, kazi kwenyu members of parliament, eh? Cabinet has approved religious reforms as fears of Shakahola 2 grow. Another story on rgk.co.ke. So the cabinet has approved a far-reaching set of reforms aimed at regulating religious institutions in Kenya as fears mount over the re-emergence of cult-like groups similar to the Shakahola tragedy. Now, the proposals drawn from a report by the Presidential Task Force on the review of the legal and regulatory framework governing religious organizations were endorsed during a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto at State House in Nairobi. That is on Tuesday. So again, the story is about cabinet approving religious reforms as fears of Shakahola 2 grow. religious reforms always a touchy subject, especially when it comes to the clergy. I think they usually don't like politicians delving into their issues, but I think it's high time they do, because we are witnessing situations whereby either citizens are being duped into joining cults, or they actually
others are conned
through, of course, contributions,
offerings and
so
tithes.
Yes. What do you make of this particular situation? The cabinet has approved religious reforms.
Well, let's see how they're going to implement it. See, all these people who are approving this thing belong to some religion or the other, and they are subject. When you go to a church or a mosque or a temple, you're subject to the authority of that institution. So let's see how they're going to convince these people to abide by whatever it is they have approved, because believe me, there will be pushback.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Or this is not the first time, by the way. In President Moi's time, a task force was set up that looked into religious practices, cults, and came up with a comprehensive report. Full stop.
And that was it.
Full stop.
It is now on a shelf somewhere, gathering dust.
Well, but I think the reforms are quite okay. Looking at what the country is going through right now, and looking at some of these things, the so-called the clergy, some of them, what the things that they are doing, actually, we really need a reform, because in terms of maybe like the churches,
they just need to arrest these criminals. It's as simple as that.
Criminal. But then now, how do you? There's a very thin line between someone being a criminal. There's a very thin line to differentiate someone who is born again and someone who is not born again.
Let me ask the question. The people, when you say they con people, do they go look for these people, tie them and drag them to wherever they are, or these people volunteer to go where they're going?
The people volunteer to go. So even when we're watching them on TV, I volunteer to switch to that channel or watch them on YouTube.
Or you volunteer to go to whichever religious institution you're going into.
Exactly.
Yes, you choose.
However, they take advantage, and this is just an opinion of mine, they take advantage of the fact that I'm yearning for something higher. I'm looking for that
looking for
divinity,
spiritual nourishment.
Exactly.
Yes.
And since they know that is what I am looking for, instead of direct me in the right way, I end up either harming myself or I end up selling all my whatever,
or everything.
my properties.
You know, I would like to read what it is they have approved when it's made available, because then in such matters, one of the things that is often part of the discussion is what you call self-regulation.
All right.
Because all these churches, all these religious institutions have bodies that they work under. The Muslims have theirs, the Christians have theirs, the Hindus have theirs, the Jews have theirs. Now, is it that they're going to empower these institutions to ensure that the people who belong to their membership adhere to the norms that are there? And if so, what powers they have to actually ensure that they can regulate? Or are we saying that the state is now going to be directly involved in regulating these institutions? A problem will arise there.
And this is a situation also on the ground. Not every church is under an umbrella body. For example, we have NCCK, we have the Council of Catholic Bishops, and so on and so forth. There are some churches that are not under anything. For example, I see some
standalone.
Churches. I see some churches in Mlolongo. They're literally in an apartment. It's a church inside an apartment.
Yes.
I highly doubt.
Yes.
I know of a person
I
who
highly
has a
doubt.
church who has a church in their homestead.
Now, you're saying as though it's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying now, when it comes to self-regulation, kidogo bitakuwa tricky.
No. That is where it starts. You know why? You get people who have similar beliefs as them regulating them. So they don't say, what was serikali, what do you know about? The thing is this. Look at the matatu sector. Okay?
Yep.
When they sought to regulate them, what do? Form circles. So you don't have to follow every matatu. You simply ask, which circle does this person belong to?
Yes.
You go to the circle. You then guarantee that these people are what? Are regulated.
Yeah.
Even if you look at the way we look at our government, see, a government is not the executive. It's the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature.
Yes.
So the understanding was that the check and balance and the accountability is brought about. Now, our situation is a little different. That the accountability factor is something that we always debate, but that's the understanding. So even with religious organizations, the government will not be able to oversight these groups. It doesn't matter what they do. So if what they have agreed to and what they have signed off on gives powers and gives guidelines as to how anyone who wishes to set up a religious organization needs to be part of a group, then many of the problems we have will have, should we say, be reduced.
They will be reduced. Of course, they can't be
eliminated.
I think then perhaps part of their, like you said, part of the proposal might be, and we'll get to see it once it comes out, might be the fact that they form, I don't want to call them circles, but for the sake of this argument, let's call them circles. And if they form their own circles or regulatory authority, then now at ile church tunaonanga kule mlolongo iko kwa apartment ama iko chini ya supermarket,
it should be under somebody,
ama iko juu ya supermarket. Wangue sasa decide whether you're going to have a mlolongo circle of churches, have another one in Syokimau, and so on and so forth.
The bodies that they can fall under are many. The evangelicals have them, Episcopalian have them,
right.
Pentecostals have them. Ziko nyingi.
Yeah.
It's a question of where now you're told you cannot function unless you're part. Now, that way, you've already brought in a check and balance. Yes.
I think that will work.
Yeah, that will work. Yeah.
All right, let's get into the traffic. When we return, of course, we'll see what is on the newspapers. Wacha tuangalie barabara zenu.
Traffic.
Zinakaa namna gani? I'm looking at the situation around, where is this? Nairobi Museum Hill roundabout or interchange, looking very green right now. So that means if you're coming from Westlands, you guys are moving quite well. But it's only 6:31. I don't expect much traffic at this particular hour. So Wayakiwe, the entire Wayakiwe actually looks good. Naivasha Road as well, nothing to complain about. Let me cross over to Ngong Road. A few pockets of traffic here and there, but it's because of this, what we like calling T-junctions. For example, pale Elgoyo Road, kidogo hapo mmeshikamana kidogo tu, but it's like a second delay or so. Again, another interchange at Ring Road, Kilimani, also looking a little bit of bumper to bumper ish right now. Actually coming from Yaya Center as well, mmeshikana kidogo, but don't worry, the lights are working for you at this particular hour. The roundabout at University of Nairobi campus, Mbagathi Way, also looking not bad actually. So that means if you're going towards Mbagathi, coming from Mbagathi, going into town community area, and driving across to Hurlingham, looking good at this particular minute.
Yeah, nothing to say about Outer Ring Road. Kila kitu iko shwari kabisa. Jogoo Road, just a section of Jogoo Road around Makadara area, that is where we are seeing traffic, and of course you know the reason. Yes, and as you head towards town, that is around City Stadium, that is where we are seeing a little of a snarl up. Pia ukiingia town pia, then Thika Road kawaida traffic imeanzia Mathare. Yes, as you get towards town, that is where we are seeing a little bit of traffic. Kariako roundabout, things are not bad. When you go to Mombasa, I see lights Kengeleni also is quite okay right now. That is the only place we see a lot of congestion. That is kutoka VOK all the way to lights, ndio kunakuwa na traffic. So for now, things are quite okay.
All right, any incidences on the road you think we should know? Find us on Radio Gen KE across all socials.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, it's time for us to get into the newspaper review, and I'll have City do our first review this particular morning. Karibu sana. We'll give you this privilege today to start us off.
Okay. Let me start with the East African.
All right.
I actually like this paper.
I have never seen the East African. I only see it online. I've never seen it live. Yeah.
Well, today you have the opportunity of actually not just seeing it, you can actually even take it home with you.
Sawa, ushasema.
Right. The East African has within it the magazine, money, markets, opinions, and news. Now the headline, I used to say bang in the middle of the paper.
Right.
Why some would kill to be an MP in East Africa. This is the discussion around the politicization of the citizenry of the East African countries and how it is we respond to the idea of pursuing a position as a member of parliament and what people will do or not do. It's an interesting question. In fact, if one were an academic, this is what you would go into. Try to understand why Kenyans and East Africans bother so much. Okay? This is what it says. Politicians will pawn land, empty savings, take loans, sell homes, all for the golden ticket. That is of being a member of parliament. Look at the prize, you see why. Competition is cutthroat. Salaries, allowances, trips, classified budgets, and opportunities abound. This story is enlarged on page 4 and 5 and 15.
Right.
Then lower down, turning the tide, China hands East African community first trade surplus. This is good news though. As the threat of Trump's tariffs loom large, a boom in East Africa exports to Beijing has delivered $840 million, meaning an opportunity has presented itself, and China has said, guys, export more things to us, and we'll take it, which means more money to these African countries.
Right.
Clashes, mistrust, endanger Congo peace agreement. Eish. There's a book by Alan Patton, a South African writer, Cry My Beloved Country. My friend, Congo, the richest country on the planet, arguably.
Yeah.
And yet it is so rich in conflict. And most of it, if you look carefully, is actually manufactured. Why? It's like the riches the country has is its curse and its bane. People who want it seem to understand that they are better off when the country is unstable. That is when they can get what they want. Well, that's East African for you.
Yeah.
That's the headlines.
It's a very sad state of affairs for DRC.
And actually, that is something that we've seen, not even for DRC alone, just across African countries, and especially where the country has a lot of minerals. We see a lot of conflict, and some of these conflicts, they are actually manufactured by somebody who wants to exploit such countries.
Yes, they do.
So it's quite unfortunate.
Oh, it is.
And the funny thing is, we actually know it, but nothing seems to happen as far as mitigating that issue.
We know it, but you see, the thing about this continent, which isn't spoken of loudly enough, there is no other continent that is as wealthy in minerals as the African continent.
Africa, sure.
There isn't. Simply. And we have something that other continents don't have. We have a young population, which means our numbers are likely to even expand beyond what we see in China and India, just because of the youthfulness of our population. Now that gives us a huge advantage, because if you look at Europe right now, the reason why they're importing human resources is because they have an aging population. They don't have as many young people as we do. Us, it's like a race. Tuko wengi.
Tuko wengi sana. By the way, you know, I've also remembered the case of Burkina Faso.
Right.
Yeah, what the president there has really decided to do with the country. Ile kwamba we have all it takes. Si lazima we depend on other countries.
Yeah.
We can exploit whatever we have. We can work with ourselves and move the country ahead.
And it's working for them.
Believe me, it will be resisted, but it is the right step to take. Many people don't even know that the East African community was a community that was functional long before the European Union. Long before. We even had a common currency. The Kenyan shilling, the Ugandan shilling, the Tanzanian shilling were on par. We had shared resources. We even had shared dreams. We had shared institutions. It was beautiful. It wasn't going to last. Because if you have a community in East Africa that works, what was to stop the South Africans and the West Africans
having something similar?
Exactly. What was to stop them?
And then eventually the entire African continent.
You've got it. That thing wasn't going to go very. Somebody saw it and realized this is not going to be good for us.
Yeah.
Because essentially, when you're that number, what you have is you already have a common market, and the population is in itself a market. So you can actually trade from among yourselves and be fairly self-sufficient. Yes. And when you think, you see, if you're thinking and you talk numbers the way China and India has, imagine when you have an ecosystem, when you have those numbers and you're making decisions together, you become extremely powerful.
Right. Look at companies such as Huawei in China. They were given that embargo and they were, given sanctions and so on and so forth. Yet they have sprung back just by using their own internal population.
You see, this saying that divide and rule is something that has really worked for the Western.
Scatter them.
Yeah.
Scatter them.
Scatter, then you're able to rule. You're able to control. You're able to exploit. Actually, divide and exploit. That's what I put it.
The people who more or less enshrined that were actually the British. They understood it very well. Before they exported it to other countries with their colonialism and imperialism, they had practiced it on their own neighbors, the Welsh, the Irish and the Scots. They had practiced it. So by the time they were taking it out,
it had already had
they had fine-tuned it.
They had benchmarked kila kitu.
All these things we talk about,
my
friend, they had understood it and they knew exactly what to do. And that is the reason why their form of colonialism benefits them to date. Think of it. Somebody colonizes you, brutalizes you, and then ends up being your friend and even forms something called a Commonwealth, and you join it. Clever people, wouldn't you say?
They are very clever.
And it's the same person you're going for loans.
Yes.
You go to them for loans.
Same.
And they tell you now, for you to get this loan, this is what you're supposed to do back at your country.
I don't even think former like German colonies have the same umbilical cord with their former masters.
No, the Germans had not. You see, the Germans had this problem for the very longest time before somebody called Otto von Bismarck united them. The fighting they used to do among themselves, my friend. Europe, not for years, for millennia, were constantly fighting among themselves. So it was not easy for them to make progress.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you look at what the British did and how they understood it and how they simply structured it so that it actually works.
Yes.
Nobody has been able to do it. The French have not been able to do it. The Spaniards have not been able to do it. The Portuguese have not been able to do it. None of them have. It's only them who've managed to do it. The others are struggling.
Yeah.
Yes. And you find that their former colonies are still on really lovely, friendly terms with them. They understood it well.
Right. We can even talk about the Portuguese, the Italians, the Belgians, and it's just one of those phenomena, if you ask me, because for some strange reason, the Commonwealth has been very strong and it keeps on growing stronger by the year.
And people keep joining.
Yeah.
You have no option.
Hata Barbados wakitoka bado wako. Unaelewa?
They join.
So most of the time when you are outside this Commonwealth, sometimes it feels like you are a country that is not doing well, is a country that has no future. So I think they're using this as a measure. They've been using this as a measure as to whether you have a future as a country. Yeah. So if you don't join them, it's like you do not have a future as a country.
You know, when you find people whose sense of survival is that finely tuned, because really, we are talking about how they ensure they survive. And this is a method they have chosen.
Right.
They keep morphing and adopting and changing. But to understand it fully, understand that even America as we know it, the people who went there and then who later rebelled against the king were these same people. And they didn't start with America. They had started among themselves, rebelling against the king and their kings. So this is something, again, they had been at it for some time. So it isn't as though what they do within the Commonwealth is any different from what they do in America. When you have a language, the language often tells you a great deal about a people. When you have a language that has terms like euphemism, meaning you always understate something that is serious, that's a person who has learned to be almost invisible and yet they are really very present. You never actually feel the force of their presence, but they control almost everything that you do without being obtrusive to you.
Yeah, sharp.
Yes. Now, complete contrast to the African way of doing things. It's in your face.
Upendo usipende.
Kuonyesha hapo kwa macho.
Tuko hapa bwana.
Well, let's look at the Star newspaper, and the biggest story there is about senators wanting real-time access to counties' money records. So governors are under pressure to open up county accounts.
It's good. They should be. They should, because one of the functions of the Senate is to oversight county governments, and they are right to do so. But it will be resisted.
Of course,
it will be resisted, because if you look at the Auditor General's reports regarding county governments,
right,
I sometimes marvel. Why isn't the focus on county governments? Let me say what I'm saying, because these are your people, depending on where you come from. Your county government, let me put it this way, Nienu.
Sure.
The MCA is probably a relative of yours. The monies that they're given is a heck of a lot of money. Forget the story of it comes late, it comes.
The point is it comes.
it comes. There's always it's not enough. But the story that isn't heard is, what have you done with the ones that you are given?
Yeah.
Because it amounts to a colossal amount of money. And they don't want to be asked.
Why?
If you look at the amounts over the years we've had devolution, it's in the trillions. That's a discussion. The moment it is touched,
Was it last week when the Council of Governors said that auditing them will just delay service delivery? Last week.
that is nonsense.
Yeah. Last week the Council of Governors actually said that, because I remember I did this that story. They said that you guys are asking for too much time in terms of coming asking for files and going
Okay.
you're delaying service delivery.
On a daily basis is people who get into the county government as employees with one pair of shoes. Give that person 3 months and see. The salary doesn't change, by the way, in 3 months. It is this creation of individuals who suddenly are very liquid, are able to do things, and it always begs the question, where on earth do they get the money?
And I think you read it on the East African when you said that these particular individuals, this is the reason why they want these particular positions
They would do anything.
in parliament and in government and so on and so, because it's literally a get rich quick scheme.
It is. It is.
And well, we keep on talking of budget and corruption here in our discussion conversations, that a lot of these leaders, they will not just come and take 10,000, 1 million amechukua tu openly. These things are enshrined in those budgets they are giving. Like we want to go buy wheelbarrows. So
Worth
a
100,000.
wheelbarrow inaekewa pesa yenye you wonder which wheelbarrow is this. Yeah.
Non-carcinogenic
Yeah, so
wheelbarrows.
most of these things is all
Let me ask
yeah,
a question.
budgeted. Yes.
Is what really is the problem? Is the problem the corruption? Is it the problem
The individual.
accountability, or is the problem ours as a citizenry in our reluctance to hold leaders to account?
Number one, I want to blame the leaders, and then I'll start with the leaders. I know people might want to start in the reverse. Blame the voter, then go to the leader. I will start with the leader, then now go to the citizen. Because when we elect you, we expect you to be, responsible, have integrity, and all these interesting words we use. However, now it's up to us. Once we realize that City Muga is messing us in his capacity as our leader, then now we hold him accountable.
I'm in agreement with you. If, for instance, you hear like what CS Finance Mbadi said, we don't have money. So I ask then, if you can't find the money for free education, then resign. Yes, resign. Your job is to find solutions. Okay? It doesn't matter where they come from. The issue of free education is not a straight line. When President Kibaki declared it, kesho
Ikafanyika.
200, no, it did not. That's where I'm going. 200 people entered a class. So you have a class of 200. That thing was going to fail, and was going to fail spectacularly if the British had not stepped in.
Okay.
The British gave us money for that free primary education. That's why it worked. In the absence of that, that thing was going to fail absolutely and completely. So now, if a solution was found through a friendly nation, that's what Mbadi's job is, to look for where the money can be found so that this free education can be provided.
As a grant alone or as a handout?
We don't care.
Whatever it is.
Let people have their children going to school with a guarantee that they'll get an education. Your job as a leader is to find solutions, not to tell us that you can't find solutions. That's not your job.
Actually, that's why I was so mad. Like, okay, when you come and tell us we cannot afford free education, what do you want us to do as Kenyans?
Kenyans already know they can't afford it.
Yes.
Okay? So
That's why they want it for free.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you telling them what they already know? Okay, and they're experiencing every day. I'm agreeing with you, because the idea that people think that when you've told us what you consider to be the truth is enough, it is not enough. You are paid that salary, given the perks, everything you get is so that you find a solutions. That's your job.
That's why you have that car with a siren.
That's why you have the Gazla and everything you have, so that you find solutions.
But wait a minute.
Please.
On the sides, I was thinking like Buddy, the CS was intentional with whatever he was saying. Like
he was playing politics.
Yeah, there's politics in whatever he was saying, because look at what finally they said. We want to go back to the CDF.
And take it away from the MPs.
Yeah, and take it on. You remember that is a discussion that has been there for the longest time.
They can have as many discussions as they want. They can go in as many circles as they want. When you make a statement of that nature, it's like you're abrogating your duties and you're telling us you don't know what to do. So which begs the question, then why are you there?
Toka tupatie mtu mwingine wa kazi.
Yes, the understanding of the broad-based government was that they would help. Now you're telling us you're helpless. So why are you there? See, I'm raising the question because of what was said. Leadership is about solutions. Leadership is about saying there is a brick wall here for now. We have difficulties going through it, but we are looking for ways of going through it. That's leadership. Not we've reached a brick wall, we now don't know what to do. So you're the same as us. So why do you have the job?
Good question. On the Daily Nation, Tanzania jobs ban hits Kenyans hard. Dodoma's move to bar foreigners from select businesses in the country will affect thousands of Kenyans, with the Suluhu regime sanction infuriating local traders and MPs who have asked Nairobi to impose retaliatory measures. That story is on page 4. So the businesses that have been affected, or rather business activities prohibited for non-citizens, include repair of mobile phones and electronic devices, salon businesses unless conducted in a hotel or for tourism purposes, tour guiding within the country. There were Kenyans who were guiding people in Tanzania.
Kenyans do everything everywhere.
Okay. Brokerage or agency in businesses and real estate.
Mkenya anauza mashamba Tanzania.
Ownership and operation of micro and small wait a minute. Ownership and operation of micro and small industries. So akina Kimani kazi imeisha Tanzania ni hivyo.
Unaweza shtuka Wakenya wameuza Kilimanjaro, usicheze hao watu.
Now it's,
wewe unafikiria ni yenu, waliuza kitambo.
You know, the funny thing is here in Kenya, and you perhaps find some of these people in the streets when you exit the studio on George Padmo, you'll find a couple of individuals around this area selling smokies and mandazis, and those guys actually foreigners, but they have Kenyan national IDs, not with their names. They have national IDs with Kenyan names, but they are not Kenyans. You can tell from the way they talk, their accent, and even when they're talking just amongst themselves, you can tell who you see Kenya. So I'm looking at a situation whereby something similar might be happening in Tanzania, or will now start happening in Tanzania. Because if you're stopping me, I'm a Kenyan. My name is Paul Mungala Mbuvi, and I've been here for the last couple of years or decades. I've been doing my business. I've been repairing your phones, and now you're telling me that I can no longer do that. I see. I'll just look for a Tanzanian ID. Mimi mtaanza kuniita Diamond Platinum sasa.
But bear in mind, you ask yourself the question: why would they take such a step? Why would Tanzania take that step? Yes, what has gotten them to take that step? You know, one of the things I love about this country we live in, atunaga hizo shida ndogo ndogo. You are here, you carry on. You want to sell sweets during a traffic jam? Yes, sell. We don't care whether you speak Swahili or not. When you see peremende yangu. You see, that is good neighborliness. Right. Our neighbors must have a reason why they're doing what they're doing. But what is their reason? Yeah. What has happened? Because it seems to be targeting us. Yet, we don't have that problem in Southern Sudan. Yes. We don't have that problem in Uganda. We don't have that problem in Somalia. Ethiopia. We don't have, Rwanda. We don't have that problem there. What is it about us and Tanzania? So do you think this is some kind of sort of Cold War? Yes. And which, of course, if it is not checked, it's going to become a big thing, a big issue. Because knowing our politicians as we do, they're also going to ask us to retaliate. Yeah. So now we start telling Tanzanians you can't repair our phones. You can't do this. Hata hiyo mahindi yenu kaa nayo. Hata vitunguu tunatoanga huko, by the way. Kuna vitunguu. The thing is this, it is not good neighborliness. But we have to ask the question, what do the Tanzanians feel we have done that warrants such a thing? Do they feel that we are taking over their country? I think we need to blame Boniface Mwangi and Martha Karua. Really? And CJ Maraga and CJ Mutunga. Because they're the ones who went there, and then now we're having all. But anyway, well, maybe that's on a light note. Post the elections, maybe we see what happens after the elections.
Because we are seeing a lot of these things happening.
I don't think this will change after the elections, because assuming Mama Samia wins, and she's likely to win, and she's the one who's brought this whole situation up, you think it's going to change?
I feel things will change.
I don't
we'll
think
come
so.
back to
What
normal.
makes you think she's the one who brought it up?
It's her picture here.
It's
So
a photo there.
let me assume the Daily Nation had a reason why.
Well, and of course,
They
if it
put
is,
the
She is
president.
yes,
Yeah.
he's the president.
But do you know, there's the assumption that presidents are never under pressure.
Yeah.
There is no president who is never under pressure. And the assumption that the president just decides, that is actually not true. It doesn't quite work like that. No. Because as a president, you have to horse trade. You're always balancing things.
But I don't think such a directive would come from anyway, if it doesn't come from the president herself.
Well, the president is the one who has to issue it, but
Yeah.
do you know what took place to get her to the point where she's issuing it?
Because I don't think Tanzanians in general have issues with Kenyans.
Yeah, they don't.
They do.
They don't.
They do.
Really?
Wa Tanzania bana
They do.
wanatupenda na tunawapenda.
We are an arrogant lot.
That's true.
We are an arrogant lot, and we lord it over other East Africans that we are better than them. The way Kenyans think and speak and behave, we are sometimes insufferable. It is not for nothing that people sometimes wonder, these Kenyans, why do they think
But I don't think that
is-
level of hate
Uh-huh.
inafikia mpaka hapa.
Oh,
This
no,
is
no, no.
now economical now.
Yes, it is, because look, Kenyans have this attitude that other East Africans are lazy. Okay?
Okay.
And that they are the ones who are hardworking. We are truly hardworking.
Okay.
Truly.
But are the others lazy?
No, they are not lazy.
Okay. I just wanted to get that out of
They have a way in which they do their business, but we decide it is laziness. That's like insulting them. We are not sensitive, and we don't regard others as good neighbors as we should. This reaction is not out of thin air. There's something we've done over time that has brought this about.
Okay, let's get Akina Boniface Mangi and Akina Mutunga out of the way. Generally speaking, Kenyans, when we go to those countries, whether it's Tanzania or Uganda, I don't see us causing any trouble. We go there, we work, we are very aggressive. Even in South Africa, we are very aggressive in terms of business.
That aggression
Yeah.
is part of our problem.
But it's in a good way.
No, we think it is in a good way.
Okay. But
The
they see-
xenophobia we saw in South Africa.
Right.
You need to understand how the South African went about their business. What they adopted from the white person, you go at 8 o'clock, 9, you go for a long lunch, then you close at 4. Kenyan opens that thing 24 hours for you. And then Kenyans and the way they do business, they found China, they found Turkey, they are in a group, they were outstripping the locals in the businesses that they were doing. It's just the way we do our business. We understand it among ourselves. When you export those habits to a country
To
that
other
doesn't
countries,
do it,
yes.
man, you don't win friends. You do not win friends. No, you don't.
So you're saying that what we need to tone down as a people?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying we need to understand and learn how to work with other people and to work well. See, we have a way in which we do things as Kenyans. We understand ourselves.
Right.
But don't assume that other people will understand you the way you understand yourselves. You export what we consider normal as Kenyans outside. People don't react positively to it. If you go to the States, you'll be fine, because there, our attitudes fit in perfectly with them, because so long as you're working and nobody bothers you, other people don't quite think and work that way.
So what I'm hearing from you is that we are being punished for being
The word you're looking for is enterprising.
we're being punished for being enterprising.
We are being punished for being insensitive.
All right. Sawa sawa. Let's leave it there for now. What we're going to do, we're going to take a short break, get into the news. Then when we return, hopefully our guests have arrived. We shall be having a conversation around government's promises versus the delivery. Has it worked? Has it not worked? Any thoughts on that? As always, find us on our socials. That is Radio Gen KE. Right now, though, here is Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Cabinet has approved a far-reaching set of reforms aimed at regulating religious institutions in Kenya. This as fears mount over the re-emergence of cult-like groups similar to the Shakahola tragedy. The proposals, drawn from a report by the Presidential Task Force on Review of a Legal and Regulatory Framework Governing Religious Organizations, were endorsed during a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto at State House Nairobi on Tuesday. At the center of reforms is the creation of National Religious Affairs Commission that will oversee the registration and operations of religious institutions, monitor compliance, and offer policy direction. A Nairobi court has scheduled September 1st and 8th, 2025 as the next hearing dates in the case involving the killing of a protester, Rex Masai, who was fatally shot during anti-finance bill demonstrations in June 2024. The new dates were set on Tuesday, July 29 at the Milimani Law Courts following the appearance of a protected witness associated with the Independent Policing and Oversight Authority. The witness gave testimony virtually from IPOA offices with their face hidden and voice altered to protect their identity. Identified only as Gigi, the witness presented visual evidence allegedly linking a plainclothes police officer to the fatal shooting during the protest held on June 18th and 20th in Nairobi.
The witness has been sold to death to give a testimony. And the witness is there. She will say whether she will say whether she has an opinion or she doesn't have any opinion. She will say yes, she will say no. That's the whole purpose of the deliberation. You should be able to testify. That's what she said.
Not opinions. Let's concentrate on facts, Council. Facts. You can rephrase your question.
My Lord, it is a fact that the witness has said.
Concentrate on what the witness is saying. Just rephrase your question and proceed.
A Nairobi court has ordered a mental assessment for Kennedy Kalombotole. He is the prime suspect in the murder of a patient at Kenyatta National Hospital. This is after Kalombotole declined to speak during his first appearance in the High Court in the murder case, despite police alleging he's capable of verbal communication. Kalombotole, who is set to face murder charges over incidents that occurred in February and July 2025, appeared physically composed in the dock before Justice Diana Kavedza, but remained unresponsive.
Mbagathi does assessments on Monday and Tuesday only, to be escorted to Mbagathi Hospital for mental assessment and a report filed in court. Unadunga kwa mwili. So Nairobi remand escort to the clinician, but he will be injected. Do not allow him to carry the needles with him. Inject in the clinic. If it's daily, let him not carry the needles to the accommodation area.
The Senate will conduct its sittings in Busia County from 6th to 10th of October 2025. This follows the approval of a motion moved by Senate Majority Whip and Kakamega County Senator Dr. Boni Halwale on Thursday, July 24th, 2025. While presenting the motion on the Senate floor, Senator Halwale emphasized the critical role the Senate plays in fostering the interconnection between the national and county levels of government. He emphasized that the importance of enhancing interaction between the Senate and the county governments to bring the institution closer to devolved units and public at large.
Further, acknowledging the recommendation of the Senate Business Committee that a sitting of the Senate be held away from the traditional premises in Parliament buildings, Nairobi, during the time of the 13th Parliament, and the subsequent resolution of the Senate made on the 8th of March 2023 to hold plenary and committee sittings in the counties for a 1-week period within the month of September in every session of the 4th Senate, except during the election year.
The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will recognize a Palestinian state at a UN meeting in September unless Israel meets certain conditions. He says the recognition will happen unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, including a ceasefire and a commitment to a long-term peace process.
I've always said that we will recognize a Palestinian state as a contribution to a proper peace process at the moment of maximum impact for the two-state solution. With that solution now under threat, this is the moment to act. So today, as part of this process towards peace, I can confirm the UK will recognise the State of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire, and commit to a long-term sustainable peace.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, it is 88.8 in Nairobi, Mombasa 90.7, Watu wa Garissa, welcome on 89.5, internationally recognized on rgk.co.ke. You can also find us on Radio Garden. Why don't you also log on to YouTube and tune in on Radio Generation YouTube page, rather. That's where we are also live and streaming. In studio is City Muga, of course, our guest host for today, but also we have some guests who've joined us in this particular hour. I will start with the lady, of course, in the house. Ladies first, wanasemanga hivyo. Justina Wamae, she's a champion for economic democracy, and Godfrey Lutomia as well, a youth advocate. Lutomia, welcome back to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
And also Justina, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante.
Yes?
Yes.
You remember you were our first guest?
Yes, and I'm waiting for that gift you promised me.
Oh,
I million gift.
We always keep our promises.
Itakuja.
That is a fact.
Kabisa.
So allow me to introduce you to our guest host for today. That is none other than City Muga. Yeah, I know you all know him.
Yes.
Even if you've not interacted, at least mumwona kwa TV, right? So now we can get right into it.
Yes.
Conversation for today is government's promises versus delivery. And I'll just start with you, Godfrey. The last time you were here, you vehemently defended the government and you said that they have delivered. And you went ahead to state a couple of issues. And you said that, look, the government has done this, the president has delivered on this, this promise has been kept, and and you went on to list a couple of things, some of which we disagreed on. Some we said, they are there, but they need more work. And, at the end of the day, I think by the time we're ending the show, we said that a lot more needs to be done. Actually, if we're being honest, since the president took over, that is President William Ruto, a lot of the promises that he gave Kenyans, none of them have been delivered at least 100%. I don't know. What's your response to that?
Thank you for your invite this morning. It's good to see Sir City. What I always say, where I come from, they say you can't chase the lion from the jungle. And City is here. So thank you. Welcome.
So this is the jungle and he's the lion.
He's the lion. You can't chase the lion.
Good one.
So
good one.
That's between me and him.
All right.
Son and an elder. We came in, and I say we, I mean both as Kenyans, as patriots, as voters, them who supported this government. We came in with indeed promises, but at the same time we are tied by our tenure. We are time bound, and so for us to say it's fulfilled or not fulfilled is neither here nor there. All we know is that there is an expectation, and a very serious one, on our end as government and proponents of government, and we are on course, and I can tell you we are with military precision. We are on course, because we know that is what will give us a second term, or will literally send us home, and we will never come back again.
Okay.
That we do know.
All right. Justina.
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante. For me, I feel I have always argued from the first day after elections. I said this administration won free and fair, because remember at that time when they gave their manifesto, Kenyans were saying bottom up is making sense at the time, and then they were being told mama mboga kila mtu. So Kenyans were expecting that impact that the president had promised during the campaigns. Not to say that or rather what the president has come to show us is that unaweza omba kura vizuri lakini unaweza shindwa kufanya kazi, because remember he was saying that in the next 1 year, in the next 100 days, in the next, so Kenyans expected, as he was telling us, given that he has over 35 years experience in government, in politics, he was deputy president, he knew when he says in 100 days it was something he could have done. And remember he also said that for the first 3 months women will be given diapers for newborns. And I expected that. Actually, I was in the maternity and I was asking, hizi diapers raisi zinapeanwa wapi? You know, those are the promises. I
remember that promise.
You remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I asked when I was in hospital, where are they? Because I would want to cash in on those and the promise of the diapers. So I think what is really hurting this administration is the fact that they overpromised, and then their timelines. Because even when Godfrey tells us that we have a mandate, true, we have a timeline, true, but it was the president who was saying, nikieka Biblia chini, in the next 100 days, in the next 3 months, I will have gas, you'll have gas for 300 shillings. So all those things over time, 100 days came and passed. There was no gas for 300 shillings. There were no diapers. Kenyans started feeling like the president is lying to them. And even today, you see Kenyans saying, stop promising anymore. Now, wacha tuachane, enough of the promises. Can you deliver on what you've promised? And then we can start later after you deliver. So I think the impact is not being felt on the ground. And that is why people are mad and they're saying, hey, this one must go. I'm a one term. Because they're not seeing the promise that the president made.
And I think, City, there's something you said in the previous hour when we were talking about the CS for Treasury. And you said that at the end of the day, we have you in that particular position receiving all these sparks because you need to perform, and if you're not performing, don't come and tell us that you can't perform. Just bounce, you know. And we recently saw CS Mbadi saying that, guys, we can't sustain this free education. Perhaps, I don't know what's your input as far as what Lutomia has said.
The thing is, if you're talking broadly about political promises, what we fail to understand is that they're just that.
Promises.
And they tend to be exaggerated. When someone tells you, I'll bring you a road, is there a place where you buy roads and then you bring and then you place them? No. When have you ever heard politicians explain to the citizenry the process of budgeting that gets to the point where the money is allocated and then you source for possible contract, the entire process? When do you ever hear them discussing that?
Never.
They never say that. They just say, we will bring. Now, because you hear it often enough, magic thinking kicks in and you think it'll happen tomorrow. It never happens tomorrow. Never.
Yeah.
Never. That's number one. Number two, there is absolutely no government on this planet that has ever made promises and delivered on everything they have said they're going to deliver. Never. All governments are a continuum. We tend to look at people who, during their tenure, complete something that was probably began 2 terms before them, and we give them credit for having completed that. I think that what we have is a situation where a government that indeed started on something that we've never seen. They campaigned on issues, which we never do. They even rubber-stamped those issues and said, this is the social contract we have with you. We've never seen. So expectations were raised. And that's what's coming to damn them right now. Because once people decide they are upset with you, you will do nothing right. Everything you do will be looked at in the darkest, worst possible, because people are upset.
But are we wrong, though, to demand for that delivery? Because you told us.
No,
are we wrong to demand for the diapers?
No, we are not wrong to demand, but we are also expected to be realistic.
So we just take
not
the lies.
Every citizen in this country is a child. There are people who are even older than I. There are people who are younger than I. They are old enough to understand how these things work.
So it's the fluid dynamics.
Yes, and the thing that we never talk about adequately is the role we play in ensuring there's accountability. The Gen Zs came up with something that is unusual, again, because we have an unusual situation. But that is accountability. Now, the real problem is not the accountability factor, but how it is resisted. So it's what now exacerbates what we are discussing. So people feel, these fellas are not going to change. We are speaking, they're not listening.
Right.
They're not going to change. That is why now you find, if we're looking at you through tinted glasses, now they're completely dark. So even if there's something positive, no one will speak about it. And if they do, it's one statement and that's done. Case in point is Shah. All you hear is that it's not working, and that is not true. You have to understand there are three components to it.
Yes.
But nobody wants to understand there are three components to it. The talk is that it's not working.
Period.
Rufa, we haven't been paid.
Yeah.
When they're paid, you don't hear. All you know is that silence and no one is complaining. When there's a delay in payment, you hear them coming up again. What am I saying? I am saying there are things this government has done which are deplorable.
Right.
And they must be censured and must be told. But they're not the only government that has done crazy things. The Kibaki government is spoken of as though they did something that other people had not seen. They forget the Kibaki government was able to do what it did because of the Moi government. When I say it's a continuum, that's what I mean. This government is struggling under a debt which they did not incur.
Yet they continue borrowing.
Oh yes, we will come to what they have borrowed. Kibaki left us with 3 trillion. Uhuru in his generosity added another 6. Okay? This government, I think, is around 2. They're doing quite well. At the rate they're doing, by the time we get to the 5th year, they'll probably have borrowed 5 trillion if they can borrow it. But they haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
But the burden of paying the debts, the best Uhuru did was probably pay interest. This government is actually paying for it. Now the truth is this. If you are paying, or we are told we are paying because money leaves our coffers to go and pay these things, how much money do we have to actually do what we're supposed to do, to be honest? So this government lies because they are juggling and they're not telling us they are juggling.
Okay.
You are told there's a budget, Haki Pesa doesn't exist. You are told capitation, that money has to be looked for. Now that is why this government seems to be the way it is. They are working, let's say, put it simply, they're between a rock and a hard place. Now, to answer the question you have not asked, that doesn't mean you excuse them.
Right.
What it means is that we now have to have a conversation that's a little more honest than the one we've been having. Because blaming is easy. But what exactly is the situation and what do we need to do? And is the government willing to take the steps that are necessary? That's why you heard me speak about Mbadi the way I did.
Yeah.
You are in charge of finances. Stop telling us what we know.
Justina, I want to pick your brain on exactly what CT has said. That Kenyans are expecting a lot. So tutulie kidogo, as much as ndio tunauliza maswali. No. Yeah, so basically what I get from his statement is that perhaps we should listen to the president when he said that we are judging him too harshly because he made a promise, and now after he realizes that he cannot deliver, we are now judging him too harshly.
From where I sit and compounding everything City has said, then it goes to say that experience does not matter. When the president tells us 35 years experience have been in politics, then that experience is nothing, because when he was promising those things, he has been in government, he's been in the system. People knew maybe it's easier for him to promise because he knows how to deliver. But now when City tells us that, oh, we are expecting too much, then clearly the next time we're having an election, nobody should bring up the issue of experience. What should be having a conversation is about your solutions to the problem that you're seeing. So that when you get there, your experience unaeka kando, whether you have it or not, so that you can give the solutions. Even if it means a radical shift in how we do things out of government, then that matters. Because when we talk about even Shah, the government has lost the opportunity to use this feedback to explain to Kenyans. City is saying there are 3 components. True, they are. But even in Mashinani, this person knows I'm sick, I've paid for Shah, I just go to the clinic. Maybe they are going to the wrong clinic, they are not going to the level 2 or the level 1. So that is the information that government should be churning out. Instead of telling us, oh, I made a call to someone, someone writes to, for example, Itumbi or even Godfrey, and they're like, oh, please talk to someone at Shah to pay my bill. Does that mean all of us will be calling someone?
Yeah.
That is the opportunity for you to streamline operations. That is the opportunity for you to give us the right communication or the right information. Yes, it is a new thing, but new things come with challenges, and then from the challenge you give us the solutions, because it's a going concern.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that we might be judging them harshly, but Kenyans relied on the fact that the president has been in government, he's been in politics, he knows his politics well, so people knew he has the brains. And remember, there's a point people used to feel like he's saying, I'm the one who's running this government, Uhuru Kenyatta is always sleeping. So people expected, hey, if you're the brains, hey, so you're the brains now. What was curtailing you is Uhuru Kenyatta. Then now your brains will get into action. So, and that is why people are feeling very irritated. And let me tell you, City, maybe time for Kibaki, it didn't work out. But remember the generation, the majority were like your age mates then. And Moi had really crushed them and crumbled them. There was lack of information, controlled information. But at this point, the majority of the population is the younger generation. So then they are questioning. These are the people who are saying, we've gone to school. During Kibaki's time, our parents' age, they're not going to university, majority of them. Many are just done secretarial. They're just going to polytechnics. Now we have people who've gone to university and they're saying, mulituambia tusome. So that is where the expectation comes from. And I think it's not a bad thing that the expectations are high.
Yes.
It's a good thing because it even challenges those ones who are getting the packs, the salaries, to use their brains. It also goes to tell Kenyans that you don't elect someone because alikuja mazishi, aliwatolea mchango, sijui what. You're electing this person to use their brain because at that strategic level, remember, you're not operational, you're not tactical. At that level, whether you're in parliament, whether you're in the executive, at that strategic level, you're earning packs because you're using your brain to give solutions. So when Kenyans start seeing that argument, people will not be saying, oh, mheshimiwa anasimama na sisi aje. Kusimama na nyinyi should be, I am economically, I have the freedom, the economic freedom, that even if our person dies, we don't need to write to mheshimiwa to contribute for us. We have the money to do so. So I think expectations is a good thing, and it's also a concern, it's a growing concern, or to show that we are moving, or rather we are growing and we are progressing instead of going back.
Godfrey, are we really judging the president harshly? Because you see, this is governance. This is not a relationship where ukikatia demama, ukikatia chali, when they get into that relationship, you will give them time to conform to what you're looking for in that man or in that woman. You know, you can give them time. Maybe they were not hygienic to, start having good hygiene. You are giving them time to find a job. You're giving them time, to have kids or whatever, introduce you to the family. This is governance, bro. If you do not do things right, people die in governance. If you don't do things, right, children die, children don't go to school, and so on and so forth. So are we really judging the president harshly and the government in general harshly when you promised diapers, for example, and they are not delivered? When you promised this and this and this, the other things we can mention that KK promised and they haven't delivered. Surely, is that harsh judgment?
No. If there is anything great that is happening in this government, is knowing that you're working under pressure. Some of us, in our age, maybe CT will excuse us, is that one of the things that was like a cliche in our CVs is like, it was the word or the sentence, I can work under pressure, irrespective of my degree or level of education, qualification. There was something there, and we used to put it as NB, to make sure that the employer notes that I can work under pressure. It is the best thing that is happening. One, it keeps us on toes. That's why every time you've heard His Excellency the President say, I intend to keep all my promise. Irrespective of, you have no excuse not to fulfill those promises. Are we judging the government harshly? No. People have a right. This is their government. They have a right to expect what is constitutionally theirs. They have a right to demand what a sober, rightful government needs to offer to them. And so this is the best thing that is happening in this country. It is a government that also cutting across intergenerations. There are people who are used to, those eras of you go to the office, you put your
jacket
and you disappear. We are in a situation where as Sasiti says, you can't disappear in an office, my friend. We will ask you questions. Best case scenario, what you people have been talking about in the morning, in the first hour, is what he's saying. As a CS, you are a CS. You have no excuse to come and tell us that this and this and this cannot happen. It must happen. If it can't happen, then exit. Let someone who can do that, do it. And we are in the best moment ever. And I don't know what is this promise that is not on course. That thing, by the way, we have sat as a team, we have looked, we have it's called what? We have introspected, and we are not saying that thing. But I want to agree with a statement that City said, that indeed, if there is anything that we now need to appreciate, and when I say we, I mean we as Kenyans, we as patriots, is you cannot ignore the process. You cannot. There's no magic. There's no abracadabra in this game. We are in a situation also where this is the time when all of a sudden every Kenyan knows their right to literally go to court and challenge anything, as long as it's coming from Justina or me or government or whoever. And there is that bit where all of you are hands tied and you have to wait for the process. You have to wait for the process. This SHA thing, for example, I mean, at some point we had almost 71 litigations in court. 71. And you notice filed across different courts. So our AG and the team is running in Kerugoya, running in Kisumu. Some patient has challenged it in a particular region. And so to consolidate all this and now come to make a sober decision. I mean, time one has lost. I'm seeing Justina really insisting on some promise that was made.
Diapers.
The diapers thing. I know.
I was waiting for the gas to be retailed at 300 bob.
Exactly. And we are on course. What people forget is that
this story for on course.
Let me justify my own course kind of statement.
All right.
How was this gas to come to Mbuvi's house?
I'll go get it from the vendor.
No. You see now, that means you are engaging government into private business.
Okay.
We were to put systems. For example, we were to come with... We are doing our own plant in down at the coast, right? Where you can be able to control. You can be able to subsidize. You can now be able to I mean...
So it was a manufacturing stroke refinery plant for that?
Yes. That is on course. It's happening. It's on course. But now what City Muga was saying is that we expected that akiweka Biblia chini, next time you walk into the gas station, you can be able to pick your mtungi and go away.
He made this promise after he took, I think it was sometime last year.
No, we did.
It was early last year. And he said, and I remember the timeline, it was supposed to be in June.
Yes.
And when he was saying that, it was either up of February, March, April. I could be wrong, but it was early in the year. And he said that in June or July, but I remember it was a J word, a J month. He said, let's even say July. In July, mtapata hii gas na 300.
Lakini si gas ni mtungi. Later he said it's the mtungi. He said
it's the mtungi now.
Mtungi. You know, when he was campaigning,
so not the gas, it's the mtungi.
So when he was asked during an interview, he said, "Hapana, mimi nilisema mtungi, si kusema gas." Now you see now, Godfrey.
We can't really quote that. So let me say what is there and what we can be held accountable is that we intend to manage and this word has been used until it's now cliche. We intend to manage cartels, people who at one time or another took advantage of the populace because there was no government intervention.
City, chime in at any one point.
There's no government intervention.
Has a good sense of humor.
There was no government intervention. You notice, for example, the only way to engage one of the stations,
right?
And I'm avoiding maybe to mention because they haven't paid.
You mean like a gas station, okay,
or whatever? Is simple. They walk into the ministry. They, the tender is floated, and Kenyans will be given an opportunity to put their to put their price, and that will go right.
Okay.
But when you have a situation where that you have the price that you put as a tenderer, and then there is what we call a government subsidized price.
Okay.
So you're bound, you're tied, and that's where we are.
So we are on course to getting gas at 300.
Oh yes, we will.
Okay, before 2027.
You see now that's where we even told. That's where we told. We noticed the Kenyans are so sensitive.
Right.
They are actually a time bomb that the worst thing you can do is give them timelines.
Okay.
So just
promise them it may or may not happen in their lifetime.
There's no may or may not.
It may
because
happen
now
when...
then that would lowers your integrity, right?
All right.
So what we're saying is initiate plans, make sure they are on course, and fulfill them.
Is it difficult to talk about the process that you want to undertake to get that gas? Is it difficult to say we are installing whatever it is you're installing, it will take this length of time? After installation, we will do this. And when we've done this is when we'll be able to do this, and this will take this period of time. Is it possible to say that? Is it possible to walk people through the process?
One, yes, it is. It is very possible to walk people through the process. But this is what I'm saying as a patriot, as a Kenyan. We have gotten to a level where we are so impatient that we even want to challenge that process.
That is fine. The process can be challenged, but it has been spoken of. So it's a reference point.
Most of the time, Sir City, when His Excellency the President or the Minister is launching a project, 9 out of 10 times, and the President is a public speaker, 9 out of 10 times, he will explain that process, that today we've come to launch this, we have a contractor on site, and is expected to deliver by this particular time.
That is not telling you a process. No. That is a statement of intent. In a public place, you are not expected to go through those processes. That is not the President's purview.
Correct.
It is the purview of the communication departments that we have across ministries and what have you, to take the time and point to do what you're now trying to do, to walk people through over a period of time. The example that I saw that convinced me it was possible was when we were changing the denominations. What Central Bank did, where they started off, point by point, day by day, they walked us through that process until the last day. Yes. You could not say you did not know, even if you wanted to. And they used every communication channel that was available in this country to do so. If something is that important, should it not follow a process where, if you disagree with the process, by all means disagree, but you've been told it's not a month, this thing's going to take 6 months. Why should it take 6 months? You've already said we will take 6 months because of this and this and this and this. And if it can't, then you come back and say, folks, we are sorry. Because of A, B, C, D, it will now take another 2 more months.
Okay.
Now that is something that this government and other governments have been completely unable to do. And
actually, Justina, just to bring you in, we sat here again a couple of weeks ago with Muthuma, deputy spokesperson of the government. And he was really outlining some things that the government has done, and I was wowed because some of them I didn't even know existed. And he went on to mention, individuals such as farmers, and said, farmers are now happy because fertilizer this, fertilizer that, and he said the prices have done this and that. But one thing that hit me later on when he left is that I'm not hearing the farmers talk about these successes. I'm not hearing mothers talk about the diapers and a couple of other things that he mentioned. He didn't mention diapers though, but you get what I mean.
Benefits,
so these benefits that we are hearing that people are receiving, we're not hearing them from the people who are actually benefiting from them. Because from where I stand, mi nikienda kwa duka kununua waru, my friend, hizo viazi bana, they are very expensive. Nikienda kwa duka kununua nyanya, they're very expensive, but when the government spokesman tells me this, then I have a problem. So Justina, I don't know, from your perspective, tuache kublame government for a few minutes, but do you think they have delivered on some fundamental issues and things and services that we can say, nyewe, as much as we are saying, one term and Ruto must go and so on, this one, by the way, tick.
I think they have not delivered. Remember, when they're they're executing these policies and legislations, the impact should be felt by the citizens. We are the citizens who should be saying, I got diapers, ukweli nilipata, or the price of food has gone down. Another thing is they always argue, bei ya unga imeenda chini. And I always ask, where is government coming in? Are they millers? If they were milling cheaply, then that is something else. But they're not in the business of milling. So where are they telling us bei imeenda chini? And the millers are saying the cost of production, laji stima bado iko juu, even transportation kwenda kuchukua hizo mahindi, fuel costs zimeenda juu. So when government tells us that unga imeenda chini, where are they coming in? They are not millers. And then another issue, fertilizer. We know what happened. People are complaining that ilikuwa imemixiwa na pupu ya donkey. So when the feedback comes from the citizen, they're supposed to see it, not the criticism. They should realize, okay, we need to improve on our supply chains, we need to improve on our delivery. And I always say that when people complain, they say, oh, it's an issue of tribe, it's an issue. They shouldn't manage economic problems with politics. For them, that should be the feedback, that ilikuja ikiwa mbaya, how are we going to improve next season? Unfortunately for them, again, we always see that it's the president who is explaining everything. You see, when Mutuma came here, people don't really listen to people like Mutuma. But when the president speaks, people want to listen. What is the president saying? And unfortunately, he's seen like he comes off as a know-it-all, because for every issue, he's the one who's explaining what they have done. Sometimes he should take a back seat and let others shine and let others explain. And we also should see their impact. Why did he give some of these CSS jobs? Because he believed in their capacity. And if you believe in their capacity, then let them also go goof on TV instead of you as the president being told you're goofing. So I think the problem now we are facing is the fact that when I look at the person, the person leading as a president, you end up looking at his temperament, his experience, how he's always done things. Our president has failed on 2 rules by Robert Greene. Rule number 4, we are told, don't talk more than is necessary. He ends up talking more, anasema ana overpromise, so he talks more. And then that's why people end up saying, when he says something, wongo, guys don't listen to him. Rule number 16 again, use your absence, to create power and create value. We are always seeing him. And I think the reason even Kenyans had a better kind of relationship with Kibaki was the fact that they used to sit back and like, hey, where is the president? We are missing him. Let him come so that we can hear him. But now the current president, we're always listening, we're always hearing him, we're always seeing him, so it lacks the value. So when it comes to explain we are doing this, people are like, but on the ground issues are different. So for them, they should use this now 2 years to ensure that they talk less and have more impact. Let people start saying, and I went to the bank, I took loans at 12%, it's manageable. Right now, when you're told take a loan, you look at the interest rate, I think was around 20%. 20%, are you working for the bank? You're not a bank employee. So you forfeit the loan and decide not to do development, because some of these loans is for boosting existing business or to even creating or starting a new business. But when people say, hey, now even banks are hawking bank loans, you feel you see it. Even some of these things not even feeling, even seeing, without being told by the government. So where they are failing is telling us something else. You always see they are quoting, World Bank has told us our economy is working. Who is World Bank in this situation? Where are they telling us? We are the ones who should be reporting to World Bank. And sometimes World Bank doesn't come on the ground to see what is happening. They use statistics that are coined from what the economy is saying. If World Bank was honest, they'll be using statistics from Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kenya Bureau of Statistics, KIPRA, where you're told when government says we have employed 320,000 people on affordable housing. Then you see the Bureau of Statistics that a construction is not okay. There was reduced construction, meaning less employment. That is when you realize there's a disconnect, because when you're told World Bank is saying as who, and they're not in this economy, then they're out there. May I assume they're out there. They're not feeling us. They're not interacting with the economy. We are the ones who are interacting with it. So government needs to realize that Kenyans are not complaining for nothing. This is an opportunity for them to streamline. Of course, when you're starting something new, there'll be hiccups. But when people complain, that's when you're like, wacha tufunge hapa, these are the issues. But for them, they end up looking at it from a political angle, and then they miss the opportunity to correct the mistakes.
She's brought up a very interesting angle here about the multilateral finance institutions, Akina, IMF, World Bank, and so on. So it's like we know for a fact, these guys, when they come to a country and they give you conditions before they give you a loan. And Kenya has been given so many conditions currently, as far as, for example, they've been told to freeze hiring in certain sectors, and that is hurting directly the mwananchi. So to some extent, apart from the fact that the president is all over, he's talking too much, I think we've also been enslaved to these MLFs. I don't know, what's your take on that?
Man, we I mean, we are not an island, so that is said. And this, any partner, any agency in our country has a purpose, has a reason, has an objective that we're engaging ourselves with or to. And so their comments, their suggestions, their input is highly valued. However, we have our own. We have our own standards. We have our own what she's saying. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and the group. Mm-hmm. I mean, what we are saying is they are important. It's another arm that comes in, and for them to give you a condition, it means you are.
But they're not reasonable. Even me, when I go to a bank to get a loan or a SACCO, of course there are some conditions, and it's valid, and it makes sense, because at the end of the day, they're in business, and we understand World Bank and IMF are in business. They don't want to lose money. But sometimes, when now this particular, actually not sometimes, most of the times, all the times, some of these conditions, Bana, they're hurting the country, they're hurting the economy.
So how do we avoid? How do we hamper those conditions?
All right, City Muga, I see your hands up.
Just before City comes in,
Yeah.
But I was giving a question to answer.
Yeah.
For us to avoid these things is what this government has done.
Okay.
It's try to create your own revenue sources.
Has it?
Yes.
How exactly have they done this?
Subsidizing on production
Such as?
in agriculture. My friend, we have done our bit.
Which is fertilizers.
No, I mean, I know where.
No, the fertilizer bit we understand. Yes, what else?
You know what we are doing, the big project we are doing in Galana Kulalo. Right? You know what it will do.
No, I do not know what the government is doing. I know what the government is talking of doing.
Okay.
Yes, but
All
what
right.
they're doing, I do not know. So tell me, what are they doing?
So we are subsidizing on production so that now we expand our base, our financial capacity, our base, for us to start avoiding those conditions you're talking about. Because if we don't do this, it's where, the way City was saying, subsequent governments landed us, where now you have to what Uhuru left us with the fuel. You know, you have to subsidize, but at the same time you're subsidizing on a loan. At least we've been able to zero rate to make sure that whatever we have, it's not. I mean, we're not paying a subsidy on it. We're not. I'm saying.
No, I'm shaking my head because what you're saying makes sense, but it's besides the point. And I'm going to explain to you why it's besides the point.
Okay.
You see, the discussion that we are having with regards to loans has to go back to why we need to borrow and what it is that when you talk about accounting, what system we are using. You're talking about zero rating.
Yes.
Okay? If you look at the projections that we have within our budget, they are aspirational.
Yes.
Very rarely do we live within our means. The one time we actually saw someone coming with a budget that was specific to our needs, again, unfortunately, it was Kibaki. It was policy. Only 5% of what we needed could be borrowed. Only 5%. Meaning, that's the closest we got to living within our means. And there are those who even argue that there was a year when we did not need to borrow at all. But what is not had in that conversation, and this really is my point, the need to have an honest conversation. The World Bank and the Bretton Woods institutions had locked President Moi out of those loans. It was the best thing they ever did for us. Because during that period of time, industries in this country actually grew. Now, it's not spoken of, but they did. Circulation of money was high in the country. Same period. We had moments when we had shortages of food every once in a while, but they didn't last very, very long. Why the fight at that time was multipartism. Then multipartism came in. Okay? There were many things that Moi government said they would do which they didn't do, and there are many things that they did wrong. And as I said, all governments have their fair share of things that they do wrong. But the fact that Moi had said, okay, guys, if this is what you're going to do and lend, then it is okay. We will do what we can on our own. Go back to the Bretton Woods institution, ask yourself, are there countries whom they have lent money who have prospered? Yes. Japan, after the Second World War. Germany, after the Second World War. Ireland, in recent times. But the austerity measures that they usually put across, my friend, those things don't work. The history of the failure of those austerity measures are clear and obvious because they are unrealistic. And part of the reason is something that I heard James Mwangi say. The money is given to government as opposed to private enterprise who are actually the movers of the economy, not the government. Okay, so the discussion now seems to be, how do we get this money to go to those who actually ensure that there is movement within the economy?
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, this discussion would not have been possible without what has preceded it. The honest conversation becomes important because of this. You look at the problem holistically, not focusing on what is happening now. What is happening now is a consequence of other things that have happened, but we do not wish to discuss that. And my problem is, why are we not looking at why these things happen the way they do?
Justina, karibu sana.
When I look at the whole conversation now, it goes back to the fact that also what this government is budgeting for is not a priority. When you look at what they have budgeted for this year, this budget, you can look at something like the digital economy. They have a point that they are going to spend 3.7 billion on the Kenyan digital economy acceleration project. Remember when they were telling us, oh, there'll be Wi-Fi, masoko,
hotspots all over.
Instead of lowering taxes for Safaricom, okay, those ones, the service providers,
right,
lower the taxes so that we can afford bundles. Already we have phones. Why should I go to a market and sit there to access that Wi-Fi? So it's an issue of not focusing on what is important. When you look at something that they're supporting in supporting manufacturing sector for productivity and job creation,
right,
they go and tell us that they're going to spend, that is at that point they're spending 18 billion. 18 billion, you look at establishment of county integrated agro-industry parks. A city is saying the government, the county is not the one that is doing business. That money should go into those private sector, the people who are doing the business. When you look at another item, they go and tell us in environmental protection, water and natural resources, they are going to spend 11.5 billion in Kenya financing locally led climate action project. Now, which one is this? Because when you look at the president out there launching climate action things, really that impact is not being felt. And I feel it's about time government should realize going forward that they are not supposed to be involved in business. What government should do is create a conducive environment through legislation and policy and regulations. Let us empower private sector, so the private sector, they are going to be more efficient, they are going to be innovative, they know what they are doing. So when private sector thrives, the government will be very happy collecting taxes. But when government is seen as it's getting into the business, one, there's of course there's money that is going to be lost. Number two, they're not efficient. And I also always have a problem with the fact that people say, oh, tenders is what we survive on. But why should government be the largest employer in terms of tenders? These things should be done. Government should even reduce their spending on tenders because they're into regulation, they're into legislation, and private sector handles most of these things. So that when we are looking for efficiency and saving and value for money, let them do it because it is their core business. So I think where we should change, we've survived 60 years, 62 years of independence. So if we want to thrive the next 60, we need to have a radical shift in how we do things, in how even Kenyans how Kenyans see and interact with government. I know Godfrey has people from his village always calling, why you in government and you have not given us jobs? And I know that's a pressure he goes through because Kenyans feel, oh, mtu wetu akiwa hapo, I'm getting a job. Why? Because out here there are no opportunities. So you see it as a window. Movie is there, movie is going to get me there. But if the economy was working, the economy was sustaining itself, people won't even be pressuring you, movie, get me a job at RG. I know when you're pressured, get us a job.
Actually, when they see Justina here, I get calls. Movie ambia Justina ni Jen.
Sasa ona. And then I always ask, me, I'm not even in government, but people are telling me to get them jobs because people are expecting the factor of production is connections, which is unfair because our factors of production, we know it's capital, we know it's labor, we know it's energy, we know it's land. So if we spurred up the factors of production, really, and the economy is working and it's easy to invest and it's away from even kanjos seeing you as, oh, you have a salon there, they are seeing you as a threat. Ask even people at Kariobangi Light Industries, yani you face kanjo, you face Subaru Mambaru, you face Kebs, yani doing business in this country becomes you see, everyone is they want to eat into what you're making. They're saying like you're making a lot of money, and yes, you have even your cost of production and your overhead costs. So the time business will stop being seen as ama ni mali ya kukulia, and you allow these business people the latitude to invest their money freely, to make their profits, for them to pay taxes. I'm telling you, we're going to see government working, but that is until government stop thinking that we're going to involve ourselves into even studios. There's a time the president has promised studios, and that is the business of people like RG. You guys invest in studios, get tax incentives to do so, and get your studios around the country. But when government is still like you're competing now even with private sector, we lose the point.
Godfrey, as you also get into probably responding to what she has said and he has said, government getting into competition, that's something that I think also they need to check. They did promise Kenyans that at one point, again, they will be manufacturing handsets that are going to cost what? I think, was it 5Gs or less than 10Gs? But the point is, they said they're going to manufacture cheap handset, mobile phones for us and tablets, I think. Why not come together with the telcos, Airtel, Safaricom, and, Telcom, and then, just have them, because already they're manufacturing these things. They're already getting them cheap in China. Yeah, why not subsidize the prices so that instead of government spending my billions into manufacturing plants, just provide the handsets through SAFCOM? Or a situation like the gas situation. Instead of setting up an entire plant of manufacturing gas and the mtungi, already companies are doing it. Why not just collab with these particular companies that are already doing it en masse and just give it to us at a subsidized rate? That way, it's actually a shortcut. We don't have to wait for infrastructure to be set up because it already exists.
There's something Justina said that there need to be a radical shift in the way we think, the way we handle our things. But are people ready for the radical shift?
What I'm saying is, we're already in a shift that we weren't expecting, and it was radical.
Well, you are crying. You're actually the proponents of one term because of that shift.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. When, as a country, we are not even patriots enough. For example, when you want to support, and Uhuru, former president, tried it. When you want to support private or other agencies to be able to, you want to subsidize their whatever they engage themselves in, to come up with a way that it will ease the economy. You realize they manipulate. They literally manipulate. For example, if we didn't control the issue of fuel, right now, Justina, I know her from other quarters, should be queuing for fuel.
Okay.
In a pump station. Why? It's because when the government doesn't have a hand in there, we have crooks this other side who take advantage of the people. And so you also want to be in a situation where at no one time will you be cornered by those so-called private entities. You want to have an arm that just in case these people take advantage of the people and you are expected to provide that service, you have a leeway, you have a through pass for you to be able to go and do whatever you need to do.
Point, because remember, why do you have elected leaders? Their job, beyond legislating, is to provide what you referred to earlier on as good governance.
Right.
The government in a free market economy will be irresponsible if they allow for a situation where everything is being privatized.
Correct.
Believe me, it will not benefit the citizenry. That experiment has been had and it has been found wanting. These Asian tigers we keep talking about, all these huge corporations that they have, including China, their governments have an interest in those corporations.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons why they don't collapse even. But they're business enterprises, but they're government. We have had parastatals, but the unfortunate thing about parastatals is the government influence was heavier than the commercial interest. So they ended up not making money, and when they make money, it's a monopoly. But we have the distinction in this country of even collapsing monopolies. Posta was collapsed. A monopoly. So you even wonder, how do you collapse a monopoly? It's a service that is required. So our experience, unfortunately, with government being in business has not been particularly good. Because everything that I hear this government talking about, if I give it a historical perspective, we've had them before. These county government integrated programs and the business parks and what have you. Brother, we had ICDC, an organization that had been set up to ensure such things happen. For small industry, they had Kenya Industrial Estates. For agriculture, they had Agricultural Finance Corporation. We had the structure to do these things. And you know what? ICDC was the tool that government used to go into commercial enterprises and industry, and they did. But we, in our wisdom and the way we Kenyans do our thing, all that went up in smoke over time, and individuals ended up owning the assets of these corporations and so forth. So the very thing we had set up that was supposed to take us where we were supposed to, we bastardized it, and now we're trying to retool and rebuild something that already existed. This is why I'm talking about the honest conversation.
Yeah.
We're not talking about new things here, just so that you understand. No? All these things that are being said
have been done before.
Believe me, and we saw how they worked. Funding to start someone off, you grow, you go into this, again funding, you move. Right now, the reason why this talk sounds empty is because one doesn't see the will to do these things. You hear it, but you do not see, you don't witness it. Because to witness it means something has to be done for you to say, oh, you mean this is what is being done. Subsidy is okay, but what are the instruments and the institutions that you have that guarantees that that subsidy continues? We had them. Do we still have them? See? When you talk about helping the indigent and those who are unable to cater for themselves,
right,
it is a wonderful program. How have we guaranteed the continuity of it? Because as people retire and as the economic situation becomes what it is and worsens, how do you guarantee all these things? I'm simply saying that the conversation for ensuring that the path we are taking has staying power is a conversation we have not had. We are having a conversation of piecemeal fixing, of there's a problem, we fix it. There's a problem, we fix it. But you say, okay, so what is the universal plan that we have that all these things would fit into, so that irrespective of who's in power, this thing continues?
So basically what we're saying is that we do not have a blueprint, and a longevity blueprint, that is.
Blueprint? Tell us, do we have it?
Yes, we do have a blueprint.
The reason I'm saying we do not have one is very simple. Because with every successive government that comes in, they do not continue with the projects that were left by the previous one, unless something major such as maybe an expressway or a Thika superhighway, or even the housing project that we're seeing right now,
or the SGR.
SGR, it's not that the President Ruto ndiye alianzisha mambo ya manyumba, ni kitu ilianza kitambo. It was there hata before. I think Uhuru alianza kukampeni hiyo kitu 2013.
Actually, that thing began in the Kibaki era.
Exactly. Things that have been there.
There's something.
The problem is, I'm sorry for cutting you, but the problem is we do not have something that when Movie today is elected as president, instead of me having to come up with manifestos that are lies, I just continue what my predecessors did, and I just add chumvi kidogo hapa. I just introduce aka spice that you guys didn't know, but we have something that will last Kenya for another 50 years. All I'm doing is I'm just the torchbearer at this particular time to just ensure that we are on course. We don't have that.
There's something City has said that you can't see the will. If there is anything we pride about in this government, is that will to do, that will to be, that ability to be unpopular. Because what successfully has happened is that, and I agree with him totally, that idea of piecemeal. Even this housing thing, the way you say it started with Kibaki, for the first time, and I can look at Justina in the eyes and say, for the first time,
right,
this idea of housing is now a reality. It's now a reality. You can see the will, you can see the plan, you can see we started from all the way from legislation for this particular course, this particular agenda. Look at even what is happening with our universal health coverage. You would see the will. It was not about let's fix this because we are here in the next 5 years. It's let's do this for posterity.
Okay.
Besides politics, this is the government that has literally blown up the will.
Okay. Justina, I can see you want to get in. However, I want us to take a short break, get into the news. Then when we return, of course, we get that rebuttal. And look, the conversation around this particular hour and the next, of course, will be the government's promises versus delivery. In studio, we do have Justina Wamae, champion for economic democracy, and Godfrey Lutomia is a youth advocate. And from his conversation, you know where his heart lies, eh? And our guest host is none other than City Muga. So do stand by, don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio generation, the sound
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Cabinet has approved the transfer of management of Amboseli National Park to Kajiado County Government. The move ushers in a new era in Kenya's conservation framework and fulfilling a pledge made by President in response to a petition from the Maasai community. The decision will be executed under Article 187 of the Constitution, which allows the transfer of functions between national and county governments. Kajiado will now take charge of the park's daily operations through a co-management model, while the Kenya Wildlife Service will continue to oversee national conservation standards. Only courts can declare someone a terrorist, not Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen, says LSK President Faith Odhiambo. Odhiambo pushed back against remarks by CS Murkomen, saying the determination of who qualifies as a terrorist lies with the courts, not government officials. Speaking on Citizen TV, the Explainer show on Tuesday night, Odhiambo defended LSK's recent criticism of the use of terrorism charges against anti-government protesters, which drew sharp condemnation from Murkomen himself, an LSK member. Murkomen had accused the LSK of siding with persons who broke the law during demos by challenging the legality and harshness of charges brought against young demonstrators arrested during recent protests.
Under the Kenyan law, we are equal under the law. And so we see police working hand in hand with goons. And the question is, how many police officers have been arrested and questioned with regards to them working alongside these goons? How many goons have since been arrested? We've seen individuals who are protesters who have been seen some were engaging in destruction of property. And I say that if they're found culpable, then they should be held liable under the law as provided.
The National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee has ordered Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to immediately hand over all human resource and payroll functions of police service to the National Police Service Commission. This comes amid accusations of defying constitutional provisions. This follows an audit query raised by the Auditor General, which revealed that the NPSC had been blocked from accessing vital payroll data. During a tense session on Tuesday, PSC Chairperson Tindi Mwale directed the Inspector General to comply without further delay.
The National Police Service has submitted all personnel records requested by the Commission over the past 3 financial years in a timely and structured manner.
So
have you submitted the payroll?
Yes. As the accounting officer for the police, any information relating to human resource in terms of recruitment, anything, Chair, we submit to the Commission.
CEO, are you able to access the payroll? For the issues requested in this letter and this audit query, I have not been presented with.
Nominated Senator Tabitha Mutinda has raised concerns over what she terms as the worsening state of healthcare service delivery in counties due to public medical practitioners concurrently engaging in private medical practice. In her request for statement from the Standing Committee on Health, the legislator urged the committee to provide a comprehensive report on the number of licensed medical doctors, pharmacists, and clinical officers in Kenya, as recorded in the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and Clinical Officers Council. She further requested that the data reflected how many of these professionals are employed by county governments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a statement on the increasing cases of county-employed medical practitioners engaging in private medical practice. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 from the Standing Committee of Health on a matter of national concern on the deteriorating state of healthcare services, service delivery in counties due to public medical practitioners concurrently engaging in private medical practice.
Japan and the United States issued tsunami warnings on Wednesday after a powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck near Russia's eastern coast. This prompted urgent evacuation orders and warnings of destructive waves across the Pacific. The earthquake, which occurred about 126 kilometers from the Russian Far East at depth of 18 kilometers, triggered immediate concern in coastal regions. In Japan, authorities ordered residents living along the Pacific coast to move to higher ground of designated evacuation buildings. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
All right, karibu tena sana. This is Radio Generation, 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. Let's not forget about Garissa, 89.5, and of course Malindi, 92.1. Lamu, karibu tena sana, it's 92.6. You can also find us online on rgk.co.ke, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Kote. We are definitely Radio Generation. In studio, I do have Justina Wamae, champion for economic democracy, Godfrey Lutomia, a youth advocate. The conversation is about government's promises versus delivery, and of course joining us today this morning is none other than City Muga. So gentlemen and lady, karibuni tena sana. Let's pick up the conversation. I think there's a response you had, and you wanted to reply to Godfrey. He was talking about a lot of things. I'm sure you will recap in your conversation.
Yes.
So twende kazi, Justina.
Sasa, mine was regards to the housing. I grew up in an estate called For Jesus Estate that is in Kibera, and I remember these houses were being sold by National Housing, financed by HFCK. So even my dad used to pay the mortgage to HFCK. When did it come that government now is involved, that the president is going to launch houses? If we continue with such a system, I think things would work out. But now, unfortunately, like Movie said, we want to be seen and being something now. So maybe probably we lack a blueprint.
Right.
Another issue is that when Godfrey tells us about government being wants to be involved in fuel, remember our fuel when it's landing, it's cheap. That's what I think. But look at the taxes that we end up having in our fuel. Our taxes in fuel amount to around 37%. I'm looking for that table. That 7% of those fuel covers what? When you look at there's an issue. There's something we pay for in our fuel called excess levy. That is like 12%. Look at road maintenance, 13%. Petroleum development levy, 3%. Railway development levy, 1%. And then you're told there's import declaration fee, 1%. Value added tax, of course, is 16%. When you total that, it comes to 37%. So what I'm saying, the government looks at issues like fuel like a low-lying fruit. When they want to get the taxes, hapo ndo wanaenda wanaongezea, which is hurting the economy because fuel is a factor of production. And then, so when Godfrey tells us that government needs to be involved, they're already over-involved with their taxation. And that is what is killing business. Remember, over-taxation will mean people will stop driving to work, lowering the consumption. Another issue, we were told that 77 shillings of the roads maintenance levy has been mortgaged as a loan. Remember, Ndidi Nyoro mentioned that to offset a balance sheet loan. That means even the next coming government will not have the latitude to borrow. Already these ones have locked them in. So we need to grow our own internal reserves. And that is why I'm saying government maybe needs to sit back and realize if private sector is thriving as we are regulating only or legislating, it is easy for us. We'll be collecting taxes because more people will get into this business. And city, when we say that this ICDC was there, of course the Kenyan way, it means it didn't work for us because we have our own way of thinking.
No, it actually worked for us.
But why did you destroy it?
Simply because of what we are now seeing even now. Part of the Kenyan culture that has never left us since we got independence. The selfish interests of individuals.
Thank you.
But how can we accommodate our selfishness in policy? You see, now that is where we need to customize our policy to our behaviors. Remember, Kenyans we say we are selfish, we are corrupt. So how do we customize that into policy making and accommodate it? Maybe we'll never change our selfish nature.
You know, Justina, the reason why I'm mentioning it and why I was saying that there's really nothing new, it's the pilfering we speak of, the 2 billion daily, I think it's an anti-corruption put it as 1 point, not to 1.95 something, but it's 2 billion daily. They documented it. That is not a practice that began with Uhuru Kenyatta. That has been with us for the longest time. That's why we had Goldenbergs, we had Anglo leasings. That's why we had them, because the same thing that I have said. A new government comes in, they find their way of ensuring that they shortchange the citizenry through theft. Okay? They and their cronies. Because, to answer your question, the understanding is that it is fair game to rob the government. Now, unfortunately, it's not the government they are robbing. They are robbing the citizens and the wananchi. That is the problem. So the very monies that could have gone into doing the things that you are speaking of and which could have expanded the economy, so that the economy actually is really vibrant and large, it is stillbirth. It is killed before it goes anywhere. The institutions I speak of because I saw and I even had the opportunity to interact with them. When at the end of the day you suddenly find that the assets that were owned by this institution are owned by individuals, you ask now, okay.
Peace. Wait a minute.
How? But that process was started by the government, the dismantling and the eventual breakup of those things. And yet, why this thing is painful to me is because with those institutions we had gone far. We had really gone far. And when you're told stories of these so-called Asian tigers coming to look at our blueprint and sessional papers to implement, then they implemented it. We had already implemented it, and then we killed it. So when I see the same thing happening, I look and I say, but you know something? This is tragic. Because the constant I have seen with all these regimes, irrespective of the theft that has taken place, this country seems to go on. We tell this country has a hell of a lot of money. And the citizens of this country are really something to speak of. Now imagine if that money was actually being put into what it should do, where we would be as a country.
Lutomia, was it last year or the beginning of the year before that? Every government institution was told to channel the receiving of the money through the e-citizen platform, right?
Yes.
Now, just last week, the Auditor General said that there's some 44+ billion that has disappeared in the e-citizen, cannot be traced. They don't even know who has it. So when we can also mention other situations where money is just getting lost, wastage plus corruption, and we like calling it budgeted corruption in this country. So when we have this kind of situation going on, and then the president or a CS or a county commissioner or whoever stands in front of a podium, in front of a camera, and is given a microphone, and they tell us that services A, B, C, D will be delivered at a certain time, or a certain something that we were supposed to receive as Kenyans will happen. Let's just be slow about it. Let's stop judging harshly. Surely, with these kinds of information, what CT has mentioned and Justina, at what point do you think Kenyans are going to be patient? Clearly, that time is, according to me, that time is non-existent.
No, the radical shift that we are talking about is when public servants need to also have integrity in whatever they're saying. We have an issue with that particular institution, right? It comes, blows up, breaking news of whatever.
You mean the Auditor General?
Yes, the Auditor General office. Let me not go for the individual. Let me go for the institution itself.
Right.
It comes, blows up. It says today, Her Excellency Madam Justina has used 200 million for her to go and do her wardrobe, right? And then when the reality sinks in, is what City was saying. These people do not come back and say, hey, excuse me, wait a minute. Here we had erred. Here we were not correct. Here we had not sufficiently received all the information we needed, right? We are a sober government. We are a responsible government. Whatever that lady was saying was breaking news in some newspaper that we don't want to relate with, right? But to your point, at what point will we be prudent? Is what we are doing now. It's not piecemeal fixing. It's all the way from legislation, all the way from including putting situations where a particular expenditure is even is ring fenced, is securitized, and the laws are put there. If by any chance you would come, or I would come, or whoever will come, will have acts of parliament or laws that will make them responsible for either use in a good way or otherwise. That's where we are. And this is the government that is doing that. Yeah.
So this is the government that is delivering better than the rest?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the government that has decided to take the bull by the horns. One, we will not only just speak of corruption. We will not say, I will slay the dragon of corruption. It is putting that particular speaking and slaying in legislation, creating acts of parliament that literally put people responsible.
Justina, as you respond to Lutomia, maybe we can also talk about having a blueprint, like I called it in the previous hour, something that this country can use for the next perhaps even 50 years. I know we've had all this development goals, and we also had the vision 2030. I think we also had something to do with the 2020 kitu ambayo 2020 ilikuja ikapita na tuka abolish hiyo kitu, and now we are focusing on 2030, which is literally 5 years away. And if I'm being honest about it, I don't think we will have delivered anything by 2030 that we had envisioned by the time we were giving birth to this vision. But anyway, in terms of having that projection,
yes,
a 50-year projection, such that if I'm elected president in 2027, I just pick up and carry on, and not start adding things that don't exist for anyone.
I think where the problem lies is Kenyans say, I want to see you on the ground. So you start thinking, that's why you see women reps giving pads so that to be seen on the ground. You see an MP going to give bursaries for 3,000 so that's to be seen on the ground. And I think that is where how we interact with leadership. We do not feel them from a policy perspective or legislative. We want to see them on the ground. And that is why I said probably the issue is that IEBC has always complained we don't have a budget for civic education. And maybe it's deliberate. National Assembly, when they're budgeting or even getting a policy statement from the ministry, they do it deliberately so that people cannot be opened their eyes, people cannot see another perspective. So how even the issue of civic education is something that we need to look into as a country, that our people are enlightened to understand this one. We need to feel them from policy and legislations, not just coming there to give us bursaries for 3,000 or to give us pads. So on the issue of vision, we had vision 2030, but why did we throw it away? And remember, vision 2030 was something they went around the country, that secretariat, to collect thoughts and what Wanjiko was saying.
And it was really sold.
And we saw it. And
we bought it.
Yeah, because people, in fact, everyone used to download it, to look at it and understand it. But what happened when the Uhuru government came? They told us the big four, house, affordable healthcare. So it didn't marry into that vision. So it's okay, we can have a vision, but when you're doing a manifesto, then it should be mandatory that it aligns to the vision that we have. I think that is what even Kenyans should start asking when you're interacting with politicians who are seeking your votes. How is your manifesto marrying to Vision 2030? Maybe when we get there, they'll be called goal congruence, they'll be understanding, there'll be linkages of visions. Something I would like to mention is that when you look at the office of the Auditor General, as Godfrey was telling us, he's saying the office looks for maybe a news, the headlines. But remember, most of that office's recommendations go to National Assembly. But what happens? They go somewhere, you hear people are bribed behind the scene, that report is killed. And that is why here there is a proposal that the Office of the Auditor General needs to be given sanction, powers to sanction government agencies who do not follow their recommendations, which is a good thing. Again, they've always complained their budget is low. They need to be added their budget so that they can be able to audit around. But the most important thing is that, as Citi said, we are how do I put it? Our minds are conditioned to steal from government. Every Kenyan says, kwa serikali kuna pesa. we are spenders. How we see our budget is just from a spending perspective. But we don't realize that this national cake, everyone says we need equitable share of the national cake. But ask yourself, how have you contributed towards this national cake? Have you baked it? What were your factors? What was your flour? What did you bring? Did you bring the sugar? Kenyans are running away from that conversation. Kenyans are saying we just want to spend. So we are assuming there's someone who is baking there. But we don't want to be involved. Sisi ni tukule cake. So the conversation should now also shift from spending. I will do this, I will do this. How about it moves back to when your policies and legislations are being proposed, they come back to creating this cake. That flour is no longer good, gluten is no longer good, we need to use something. So when you think from a creating perspective, the government will have more in terms of revenue, we'll have more opportunities. And I always say that government should not be the single largest employer. We need to have others. Government should be the most, it should be lean. Let people prosper. You see people in government, they have master's degrees, they have PhDs, but if you ask them, are you satisfied? No, because they don't even use their knowledge there. You're just going to do routine work that something that can be done by someone who is operational level. But because you just want to maintain your salary, you're there with your PhDs without giving us the opportunity to use your brains in solving problems, which will be used, when you solve a problem and you're selling it, that is the economy, where the economy comes in. Another issue we look at when you hear, the 67% unemployment. But what is unemployment? It's the fact that your skills are no longer needed in the economy. And that is why you hear people saying, usitumia akili ya shule kutafuta pesa. Why are we saying that? Then it means people go to school just to pass time. So when you look at all those issues in terms of even vision, what is our vision as a country? Right. When you complain that, Tanzania has told Kenyans not to do these businesses, I think even we shouldn't respond to them. Yeah. We should scale up our professional, our labor workforce. Let them have to get Kenyans as professionals. Yeah, Kenyans shouldn't be doing these small jobs. You go to Tanzania as a professional where they need you for your expertise. And they always say Kenyans have the brains. So how are we as government regulating or legislating towards people exploiting their potential in terms of their professionalism? So when I see such things, I realize those we have in leadership, those we pay a large amounts of salaries to be strategic in terms of decision making are not, and that is where they're failing us. Yes.
Lutomia, in terms of what you said earlier on, perhaps let me understand what you think the work of the Auditor General is, if not just to create these headlines of 44 billion has gotten lost, 200 million is being used, to buy dresses, and 100 million.
No, but is that all she does, really? I mean, if you read those reports, there's a heck of a lot more.
Yeah, but I want to understand his perspective, because he said that her work is to come up with these big, awesome headlines.
This is the reason why I said so. This is an office. This is an institution that one has been facilitated, right? I think it has an officer probably in every county.
Right.
But you cannot trace the headline. You can't trace what now goes to the Auditor General to now come to the media.
And trace in what sense? Like when she says 44 billion has disappeared from
e-Citizen. 44 billion is a number picked from the numerical table, right?
It was broken down, and she said she even listed the companies that are involved in the collection, and then now that's where the ghostness came from.
Did you see a rejoinder?
From who?
From the same institution. They said, this one, sorry, we had not received, I had not,
But because they haven't received, I don't believe they have received.
No. Let me tell you, this is what I was building up to.
Right.
This is an institution that has been funded, right? It has officers who are qualified right from the ground all the way up.
Yeah.
I don't want you to come and tell me that City Muga, the governor of Siaya, has squandered 44 billion. What are you telling me?
That City Muga has squandered 44 billion.
No,
it's as simple as
that. That's cheap. That's what I'm saying. It's cheap. It's plain water.
So you want me to break it down and tell you? City took money from the he received the county government received money. He took that money, put it into NCBA or cooperative bank.
That is exactly what that lady lacks.
But it is in a report.
No. We have scrutinized that report. We have scrutinized that report.
Okay.
This is an institution where it's good in headlines, yet we are in a situation, we are at a policy level as a country.
Does it
where we don't want headlines, we don't want breaking stories. Give us reasons where a 3-year-old will look at Justina, Madam Her Excellency, and say, okay, I hereby understand, and this is proven beyond reasonable doubt.
Are we saying the Auditor General doesn't give details?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't.
Then we read different reports.
Yes.
I'm also beginning to think
the reason why I can the reason why I can challenge Sir City is how comes her report don't have an impact 2 weeks later? How comes her report?
But
let me tell you.
What impact?
Let me give this example.
I want to understand this impact.
This is the impact, right? Radio Generation has been flagged by the Auditor General having misappropriated or having audit issues with 20 billion shillings. Right. 2 weeks later, you'll hear another headline. Treasury disburses 26 million to Radio Generation for the second tranche. What are you saying?
We are saying.
I mean, how do you disburse 20 more billion to a thug in some county?
But is the Auditor General's report an audit query that has been taken to Parliament to look into and make a determination, or is it a final report? An audit is just that they point out things and say, we found this, we don't understand this, we'd like you to explain this. And
they don't even prosecute.
That's why the committee in Parliament then calls these people to come and explain these audit queries.
And City, that's where I as a young person, that's where I as a Kenyan, that's where I as someone who is in government, for example, have an issue. Please don't implicate City.
Right.
Because you had not received some excerpts of a particular expenditure, right? So that now you take to Parliament to them to summon City,
right?
And this is something you need to have done.
No.
This is something you need to have. They have an auditor,
but we don't know what they did. You see, we were dealing with the report. Now that report arises from them going out, talking to people, getting documentation. Or are we saying that they craft this thing from thin air and then they present it?
If you check their expert opinion, and this is something that I have spent some time, you will see that bundle of document. But you see, go to the expert opinion, where an auditor puts their expert opinion there. That's where we have an issue. Where you notice, you blew up this 200 million having lost.
Okay.
And then on the expert opinion, then you come and say, I'm saying this based on I did not find this expenditure, or someone was not in the office to serve me with this.
Is it her who blew it up, or was it the media who carried the story blowing it up?
That's the issue.
Because we are the ones who will put up the headline, right? She will
she doesn't put up the headline
because it's her work to put out a report. Then, for example, last week, Marsabit governor was linked to some 700 million plus scandal in his county, and it was linked to him and his wife. So the auditor said, look guys, hapa kuna pesa imeenda 700 million. Actually it was like 784 million. Governor na bibi yake, they need to explain where this money is. They have not accused the governor. They've just said there's some 700 million here. Governor and his wife need to explain. So it is up to Senate and the oversight authorities to call these guys, the Parliament, to come and to explain to the people of Marsabit and to the people of Kenya how 784 million ended up into his private accounts.
This was my argument, Brother Mbuvi. We are at a situation where I don't want you to come and tell me governor and his wife need to explain. That is the situation where I'm in.
Okay, why exactly?
This is what I mean. When you realize that Mbuvi and the wife squandered county funds, right? And you have a report from your officer on the ground, which has gone all the way to the high office, the office of the Auditor General. The second thing to do is for you to collaborate with the other agencies.
Right.
And then now, including Parliament, including the legislature, bring in ESCC, bring in all these people. When you realize, when all that was missing you found, and now you can implicate this person, it's now your time to come to the media. But what this institution does, and forgive me for not, I don't want to personally victimize.
Right.
What this institution does is that it brings rumors, and we are at a situation where everyone is a time bomb. You talk of 44 billion, people will come and lynch you.
About
no, wait a minute.
Yeah.
People will come and lynch you, only to come and realize she was wrong. It's just because an officer of Treasury,
yes,
an officer of Treasury called Sir City Muga,
yes,
the lion in the jungle, was not present that particular day.
Kuna mtu ameitajwa na Auditor General na ikapatikana ilikuanga ni uongo.
Yes.
Haya, Justina.
Yes, I can give you 5 if you double dare me.
Okay.
I can give you 5 people who actually there is a report that says
give me 5.
Governor Fernandez Baraza,
all right,
of Kakamega. They said, this guy has squandered 600 million shillings for Buhungu Stadium. They had a case of Sakaja here. Sakaja, this one time, even people almost demonstrated at City Hall.
Those are 2. Give me 3 more.
Even that one, I even suspect that one of the Mandela thing. Marsabit. I suspect that one because now she's saying, I hereby invite ESCC and the Senate to please do oversight. What are you saying? And we are paying you. What City was saying in the first hour, that do not tell us that you invite. Give us concrete evidence because we want to lynch these people. That's where we have an issue.
Let me say this.
Yes, please.
When you look at the Constitution,
right?
Article 229 is where the Office of the Auditor General is established,
yes.
And then there's something called the Regulation Public Audit Act 2015. This requires the Auditor General to report to Parliament.
Underlined report.
And in the counties, they report to the county assemblies when there's an issue. So when you say that she's looking for headlines, she's not. When she gives a report, and remember these reports are public. The media, when they're doing their business case or their stories, they're the ones who look for something catchy. So it's not the fault of the Office of the Auditor General. But let me tell Mbuvi that.
But you've understood.
Let's not lose
the office reports, yeah? You've understood that.
Let's not lose that.
Tumpatie tu nafasi amalize, tafadhali.
She's going to, let's not lose that bit on the Auditor General. This is what we are saying moving forward, right? We want an institution that when they report something, one, it has substance.
Okay.
That literally we can take people to court, to jail. We don't want you to report something because you are not served some report, right? Some report was served to you. You've come, you excited the mass, and now you're looking at a way out. The way City was saying, these people come report, but they don't come to say, oh, sorry, by that time, the Treasury tulikuwa
tumekosea. Whether they had kosead, remember on the accountability and recommendations, the Office of the Auditor General does recommendations and are sent to the National Assembly or the county assemblies. What this legislative arm does, they are expected to debate about them and take appropriate action. So where is it her fault? When she's given recommendations and then they call these people, they do the debates, they discuss. If her recommendations were wrong, then the legislative arm is one that should tell us. The Office of the Auditor General has done its job, and that is why I'm saying we need to stop bashing other agencies because of our failures. Remember, just last week there was a report by the Auditor General that 49 million the Auditor General revealed that public hospitals received expired and untested medical drugs worth over 49 billion. This raises the serious patient safety concerns. Now, when they say that they audited the whole process and they look at the process, the procedure, they look at all those things when auditing is done. If for them they found 49 million worth of drugs that are not safe for the public, that is what they're supposed to report. That is their work. So that what I'm saying, Godfrey, we know you're in Serikali. But this is the time for you to learn from these weaknesses. How do we make them strengths? It's not an issue of playing politics. It's an issue of looking for economic solutions. 49 million economic solution. It's money that is lost. Really, the economy.
Million or billion?
This one was 49 million on the health.
All right.
It's 49 million means this is money that has moved from the economy. Money doesn't get lost. Money moves because it's not going to benefit us in terms of drugs.
Money is moved.
Now you see, it has been moved. You see now, it was meant to benefit the citizens. It has not. So stop. This administration should stop seeing things that in siasa. It's not siasa. That is the point for you to look at our supply chains. Where are we getting expired drugs? So that you can rectify, so that next time when they're doing the audit, they'll say, hey, from last year we learned they improved. So what the problem that is ailing this country is that we're being headed by someone who can probably tell us, I have over 35 years in experience in politics. Which is null and void? At this point, that experience is not helping this country. We need him to give us solutions. We need him to be innovative. We need him to be creative. And that is why people like Godfrey, if you sit there, the only thing that Godfrey does, if you ask Godfrey, have you ever used your brain to give us a solution? No. Godfrey, his work is to support and end of seme hivi. That is why you're not even being allowed to use your brain to think about a solution. Godfrey Godfrey, we want you people to give us solutions.
Haven't you landed on Godfrey rather harshly? I mean, he's been speaking here and clearly he's thinking before he speaks.
Because that is what he's told. This is your work. Is he given the mandate to even say mdosi mi naona? Are you even allowed to say mdosi mi naona? Let's approach it like this. He can't, because at his position he's allowed to just
actually he can.
No,
and he probably does. You see, there are narratives that take hold of situations, and we treat the narratives as the truth.
Yes,
and they are narratives. I'm not even going into the details of where they come from because I don't know, but they're narratives. For instance, when people talk about a failed government, the question is, what does one look like? This failed government, what exactly does it look like? I mean, so that when I look at it, I know this one has failed. There is nothing that Kenya Kwanza is facing that if we're having this discussion with Mbuvi, I asked him this question, I'm going to ask it here. If Kibaki was brought into the year 2022 and told run this government, how would you have gone about it?
You would have been more innovative and more creative.
On the second day, Justina would have said Kibaki must go.
How? It's an academic question I'm raising. And I'm raising it so that we have that honest conversation I was talking about, where you need to actually give everything we're saying an accurate perspective. There is no president who has dealt with this sort of population that we're dealing with. There is no president who has dealt with this bulge that we're speaking of. But then on the other hand, nobody asked him to vie for the presidency. So when you vie for the presidency, we assume you know what it is doing, that you are going to get into. But then the truth is this: no one practices to be president.
Correct.
When you land there, you will encounter things you could never have thought or imagined.
I will disagree on this point, because President Ruto has been an MP since the 90s.
It doesn't matter.
Kidogo tu. Then he was deputy president for 10 years. And even if he wants to tell us that the last 5 years of his deputy presidency, he had issues with his boss, to be honest, that's not my problem. But he was literally in power together with his boss, the president. And there's no way he can tell us that he doesn't understand the inner workings of deep state, like they like calling it. And he cannot say that he doesn't understand governance.
Mbuvi, our deputy presidents are principal assistants to the president.
Period.
Please do not. The manner in which the deputy president William Ruto at that time was shunted aside, and the manner in which we saw Rigathi Gachagua being kicked out of office, believe me, the power is never with the deputy president, it is with the president.
But City, don't we see when these guys get into power, and not just Ruto and Uhuru, but any other president that comes in with a running mate, and even deputy governors and their governors, they literally divide. They say, I'll bring this.
The governor gives you that job, but the governor has all the power. Don't be fooled.
No. Constitutionally, City, if we agree, yes, they have the power.
Don't be
However, these people are just co-conspirators, if I may call them so, because the president will say, I have this number of CSS, DP anakuja na CSS wake. Kweli urongo.
In the running of the government, believe me, there are things the deputy can't do, and even the president can't allow him to do.
That's why I'm saying constitutionally you're right. However, we know things on the ground are not the same.
I agree with you, because he knew the workings of government, he knew the deep state. If he didn't know, then he wouldn't have promised us in the next 100 days, I'll be doing this. You see? Because this is someone you can confidently tell us, hey, in the next 100 days. So him being inside, whether he had power or not, then he was seeing the loophole. That is why he had the confidence to tell us about 100 days. And then as it is saying, kidogo too, even if we know the president is the one who has the power, then how can we correct this issue? Then we need to move away from, today is power sharing, that CT is the presidential candidate, I am the running mate. We need to move away from, me, I'm bringing 10% of the votes, so I'll be given 10% of government. Then it means we do not have a strategic vision that we are chasing. And that is why you hear maybe Gachagua say, nilikuwa naambiwa my work is kutukana. Unatukana na why? Then it means you do not have the brains or the spine to give solutions to problems in cabinet. So we need to have when we're having this manifesto, let's quantify that my education background or my expertise is supply chain management. How do I add my value to this manifesto? But when people are brought because I have tribal numbers, then that is where we end up having skewed visions. You are not seeing your impact. Your impact is seen at the point of voting. So you brought the numbers, then you're done. We don't need you. So it needs to go beyond that numbers to what can you offer in terms of
how exactly do we get there, Justina?
In terms of
this thing that you're saying, this promised land where we understand these things, and how do we actually get there?
We should get there when people are discussing. Instead of saying Raila Amolo Odinga said, we should say Azimio promised 6,000.
No.
So when you see the ideology or the vision.
And who should do this, Justina?
When media is questioning something, also I fault media, and I'm sorry I'm in a media house to say this, but media focuses on that news bite, that headline, that Gachagua told Uhuru, pack your clothes and leave. So people when the bosses are listening, they listen to the sarcasm of campaigns. They do not end up understanding the sarcasm, the workings of. Now we are focusing on bottom up. There should be deeper questions on bottom up. Now when you say Mama Mboga, Serikali ya Mama Mboga, how exactly is it? Does it mean Mama Mboga will be CS? Remember when CSs used to be, when they were nominated and during vetting, Kenyans were saying, huyo ni Mama Mboga. You know, they were sarcastically saying that because how they understood Serikali ni ya Mama Mboga is that a Mama Mboga will be a CS. So also media should be serious when they are questioning. I know maybe 2027 when I go for debate, someone will bring the issue of 2022 where I left that other person, and it's a non-issue. Let us focus on the issue at hand.
For whom is it a non-issue?
For Kenyans, the issue now is the economy is not working and there's no money. But media kupenda news bites na headlines inakula.
That's how we sell. But that's besides the point.
Justina, you know the point I was making here about narratives. You have actually brought in some like 3 different narratives which I hear being repeated. I recently came across a term that had not what I understood it to be and what it is taken as now is different. It's called an echo chamber, where I'm hearing something which I've heard before and I'm saying, okay, I keep hearing this thing, but you are pointing towards something without landing it. When you say this, you're saying it, but you're not landing it. What do I mean by that? What is the responsibility of the sovereign? The Gen Zs have opened a new chapter for us when it comes to accountability in the way they've gone about their business. And what about the rest of us? Because we focus on the national government. I'm repeating what I said earlier on, and yet we have a county government with people whom we even related to, whose homes we can even go to ask. Yes. But those ones, we seem to be giving them a free pass. And yet they are given money, and that's where the hemorrhaging that takes place at that level is profound. Because if you look at the monies that the counties have been given since we began, since the evolution, my friend, every time they ask for more money, I ask, tell us what you've done with the one you are given first.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, it's a conversation that isn't had. So we move away and we land on the national government. Man, there are so many things wrong with the national government. Lakini iko kule. What about this one that we can manage? When are we going to grow up as a citizenry and realize that actually the Constitution has given us the ability to actually get what we want by holding people to account? You know this history here me referring to. My parents tell me that at independence, me I was a child, people knew that with independence, the Mzungus would leave those houses and Mwafrikas would go and occupy those houses. We haven't changed that thinking at all. Now we have to ask, why are we still thinking that way? In terms of, they're still in Tafutia Kazi, why are we still thinking that way? And we insist on thinking that way. Why should I go to my MP for a road? It's not his job. His job is to ensure that your pesa imepatikana, budget imepatikana, and whatever processes are in place so that the road is built. The thinking is encouraged by people like us having these conversations and repeating the very same things that have been done without pointing and saying, you know, we got this thing wrong. We've got it really, really wrong. Until we understand that this blame shifting is never going to get us anywhere, and you say, okay, the 3 of us, what can we do here? In the last election, I saw something very interesting. And again, being in the media, there were people from various constituencies who had formed groups where they were actually vetting their own candidates. Yes. I thought that was wonderful. How far it went, I don't understand. But people were beginning to understand that, you know something, we can actually hold these people to account even before
they get there.
Yes, and they will not ask, remember what you're going to bring. No. Tell us, wewe mpangilio ni ipi? What is this plan that you have and how do you hope to achieve it? Justina, when you spoke about the intention that you had about the campaign you were involved in when I first met you, you were very clear. You were very clear. In fact, absolutely clear. It means you had given thought to what you wanted to do. Now, that clarity is something that, if we understand the need to challenge that clarity so that it gets crystal clear instead of just clear, the process of holding people to account becomes easy because we know what you're holding to account for. And that's why I said this president put himself in a fix, because he gave us that clarity. So when he's held to account, it's specific.
Correct.
So I mean, you've gotten some reprieve from City here.
No, not reprieve. That's the reality, and that's why Brother Mbuvi, just to top up on what you're saying. That's why moving forward, we want to get this blame game off individuals. We now want to keep institutions. We want to keep people in positions of authority to accountability. We don't want stories. We don't want what City is saying, that you wake up one morning, do a breaking news, and 2 weeks down the line, your breaking news is dead. That's not what we avoid. We want to pin down every institution. I'm happy the way the whole of last week, people pinned down our CS Treasury about education, about the school fees, about the capitation. And it was a sober discussion. Politics aside, it gave us clarity how even this capitation is dispersed. It opened up. Someone would point a particular school and say, this particular school called Bomet Primary does not exist. And if you go to the ground, that school does not exist. Right now, we have the security agencies pinning down on the people who did disperse. You know, you can say this particular day and this particular mind, it is accountant Justina and assisted by Godfrey who actually dispersed this money from here to here when they knew they were doing something wrong. When we get this thing off the individual and we now go for 1, policy, 2, institutional responsibility, then Kenya will be to be admired.
I like the fact that you've brought up this whole issue of capitation, and I think we touched on it tukianza kipindi na tukasema ya kwamba we were told and even Parliament approved that that capitation was at was it 22,900 and something?
914.
Yeah, so now it's down back to I think 16 Gs. So at what point do we backtrack on what we have said, knowing very well that hii kitu haiwezekani? And you see, that's the problem that people are having with the Kenya Kwanza government. It's not the fact that we expect them to do overly and wonderfully above what they can do. It's the fact that they overpromise and underdeliver. The CS knew very well. He has been in office since last year. Was it October or September? And he knew very well, akitengeneza budget ya school fees, alijua vizuri tena sana that hii ngori itakuja kutokezea. So why is it that even after he read the budget, he's not telling us, by the guys, do you know what? We can't afford this.
I mean, and I want to again get off individuals. Let me go to the institution. That level of accountability, where at some point a capitation, using your example, capitation was set at per student is 22,000, right? But you realize when you set capitation at 2,000, what are the factors that you consider when you're setting that?
Okay.
Right? Those factors need to be clear, because you notice even by the time he was complaining, by the time he was coming, and we are in the process of supplementary budget, and that's why maybe he was misquoted, because he was saying as of now
he was misquoted.
Let me land so that I don't mess my point.
All right.
At the moment of me disbursing the money as CS Treasury to Ministry of Education, the only amount I can be able to comfortably disburse is 16,000. Then we were asking him, where's the difference of
5,000 something?
About 8,000. I mean, where's the difference of that? And then he says, now the difference you people need to give me. And someone asked, but you guys were here for the BPS, for the budget policy statement. When you go, you present your case.
Right.
And you remember at some point when they were presenting it, they even realized that they had left some examination money from their list, and they were sent away. Right. So this is what I'm saying. When we are setting that, do we put what we call acts of parliament? Do we put laws?
Yeah.
That when you do that, when we realize there is this blunder, then we can hold you to accountable. That's what the problem is. Because these people come, give us news, threaten us, sensationalize us.
By these people, you mean the parliament or the CSS?
All of them.
Okay.
All of them. I mean, there was a whole departmental committee of education, right? They actually went for some retreat. Money was paid. There's something you said. Movies billions was used to sponsor these people for a retreat.
Right.
They literally came with a report. How do we hold them accountable to that report?
That's why I'm asking you.
That's the question.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is, we need to literally tighten all the rules and regulations in all the institutions.
Yeah, Justina.
City, you say that we always have a conversation. Yes, we'll always have a conversation because we are not in a position to influence and shape policies and legislations. Those ones who are there, we speak so that they can listen or they can hear what we're saying. We have no choice. But on the issue of capitation, remember, we need to also change how we need to order the disorder in how we are funding Article 43. Remember, I think during Kibaki's time, I don't know what the population was, but it was not 55 million. It was not that we have more children in schools.
It was about 40 M.
You see, so the numbers of the children in school were less. And again, there was an argument that when Kibaki was giving free primary education, donor money was kind of supplementing the budget. So it was easy for it to be done. But when you look at over time, in 2018, free education, they required 63 billion. But what government would have afforded at that time was 59 billion. That was 2018-2019 budget. So coming over, there's always been a deficit. Now in 2024, they require 72.7 billion. It means the number of children in schools has grown, has increased. But what they got from government was 61.9 billion, leaving a deficit of 10.8 billion. That means they are close to 677,000 students without full support. And remember, when this money is given, the 22,000, it is assumed that government has subsidized. So you as a parent, you're going to end up paying like 46,000 that school fees. So when you pay the 46,000, really, then the 22,000 that was something was meant to be covered by the 22,000 cannot work. When I say ordering the disorder, how about we make the economy work for everyone, so that government is not forced to always give bursaries, to give this this capitation for schools? How about every parent is able to afford? Because the issue now, we are given these subsidies because it is assumed we do not have the money. They should allow us to make our own money, pay our own school fees without issues. So when they're subsidizing something very small, but it will not have an impact on how the school is running. So as of now, saying that government is not giving money, and then they're arguing, we are paying out of, I think, 100 shillings, 47% is going to debt. How are we going to move away, or how do we correct? Correcting it is ensuring that every Kenyan pulls their weight toward nation building. That you have 50 Gs, you decide your kid goes to a school for 10 Gs, ama you have the money to afford to pay school fees. So that we move away from saying, oh, when I was in university, we were paid, we were given, boom. That time, not everyone was going to university. And remember, our numbers are growing. So as our numbers increase, how do these people pull their weight? How do we increase participatory rate? It is ordering the disorders and the factors of production so that everyone can do their work movie. But expecting that, government is not giving us money, it takes us back to people saying the national cake. We don't know how it was baked. You are assuming there's a national. Who is baking this cake? We are the ones who should be there thinking about creating the wealth. So even when government says, hey, at this point you cannot afford to give capitation, people are not saying kids are not going to school. So even times have changed, population has grown. So how do we accommodate those factors to avoid blaming the government all the time? And remember, when the revenues are reducing, companies are closing, people are not paying pay because they are no longer working. So it's about making everyone pull their weight and toward nation building. That is true. They can pay taxes, they can afford to buy food, they can take their kids to school. And that's why I feel like when City says government needs to be involved, I feel that at this point the involvement is impeding even development. Let it be an open market, let everyone do their own, let everyone compete. You just be innovative, just know how you're making money in a legal way. You're creating opportunities for Kenyans so that everyone can pull their weight.
In terms of statistics, there is a National Youth Policy report that was released in 1998, and that report predicted a youth bulge in the year 2020 up until the year 2030, and we're seeing it right now. We have so many youths out there, jobless, nini. You know all the problems right now we are facing as far as the youth are concerned. And the reason I asked about a blueprint earlier on is because of such issues. President Ruto was not president in 1998. He was just an MP. However, we have had this report now for over 2 decades, right? And now, this is where the problem comes in. The problem comes in when it is suddenly realized that, oh, we have young people and they are unemployed. Yet, this report predicted this particular situation in 1998, literally 30 years plus ago. Yeah, so I am not for excusing the government, City, and there's something you said earlier on that people expect, miraculous things to happen. I believe it is our right to expect miracles because the government has been knowing for a very long time.
What do you mean?
I think it's okay to expect a miracle.
I've heard what you've said.
At this point,
I just want to understand what you mean.
In 2025,
yes.
Considering government, and not just KK government, all the way from Kibaki government, they knew because they had this report. President Uhuru had this report, and now President Ruto has this report. And even when he was actually deputy president, and it is actually online, you don't even need to be a president to access that information. These people knew that this thing was going to happen. So right now when we are saying that, oh, we need to do this and this in the manufacturing industry, we need to do this in the agriculture industry, mimi ninakasirika because, to be honest, you knew this was going to happen for over 30 years. Why are we in this situation?
And that's why
Please go ahead.
That's why I excuse my president. People have been kicking this can down, and so all of a sudden we are now on dead end. We can't kick it anymore. If there is a government, if there is a regime that has been deliberate about handling matters youth, it is the Kenya Kwanza government. Clear, straight, plain. That is our stand.
Kindly repeat that statement again. If there is a what?
If there is a government that has been deliberate to implement that report that you're saying was worked on in 1998, it is this government. Because subsequent government have been kicking. We even had at some point, even our former president, Justina's friend, acknowledging that we have a problem with youth, and if we are not careful, there will be a problem in the future. We had a whole president admitting that. Currently we have a president who is between a rock and a hard place, so he can't keep on acknowledging that he now has to do something about it. And part of the reason why some of us now come in to make sure that this thing is implemented once and for all.
Let me ask this question. What is the responsibility of the citizen?
Voting in people who influence and shape policies and legislation that make life easier for them. And when you talk about the 1999, hiyo ndio inakuwa landing point yangu. Unajua kwa nini?
Right.
Movie, when you said the report was done in
1998, yes.
Was this current president in a position to influence and shape legislations? He was in National Assembly.
MP, yes.
And that is why I'm telling the voters, you are the mistake, because you vote for people who come for burials, come for what. You do not want to listen to this person's perspective of what they're going to do in Bunge. Remember, when policies are influenced to shape, the issues, make life easier for us from a policy perspective, not at giving us maragwe ama handouts. It is what is the policy saying, what is the legislation saying. It's going to be easier for us as Kenyans. So the voters' mistake is expecting handouts. Remember, there's an MP who said there's a cost to power. Cost to power is that the handout culture is draining his MP salary. I saw it in the newspapers. Why is he complaining? Because when he was on radio, I don't think people used to really beg him money. But at this point, when he goes, why is it that he's feeling the weight? And what should he do about it? He should be pushing a proposal, a legislation where these youth who are asking you for handouts are working somewhere. They have opportunities there. They can do their business without issues. They can make money legally without them depending at time it's when you're going to get money. So it's a challenge even to these ones who are saying that they asked for handouts. What are you doing to the population in terms of legislations to allow them to thrive? Why are Kenyans running to TZ? To be very honest, Kenyans have seen there is a conducive environment to do business there, and that's why they are running. So we should borrow a leaf from TZ as a country and say, how do we make it easier for business people to do their business? But now some of us are feeling like TZ is being unfair. No, we should learn from them so that we can also create these conditions for our own people to work here. Instead of, oh, you are a hawker, Kanjo is chasing you. You have a salon, you've not paid license, Kanjo is taking your blow dry. then it makes business look
Justina,
like it's
do
an
you
illegal
really
thing.
think that the leadership we have or we've had understand this concept we keep talking about creating a conducive environment? Do you think
Guys,
they actually understand
we are
it?
literally out of time. So as you answer that in 10 seconds, please, 10 seconds. Yeah, parting shot as well.
The leadership does not understand. And that's why I always tell Kenyans, when you look at France, Macron, when he got into power, he was 40. And the average age in France was 68. Meaning the older folks knew the younger generation will take them somewhere.
Okay.
It's about time for us Kenyans to start voting in people who, due to factors of natural attrition, will be there in the next 60 so that they can guide our vision. Remember, the younger generation, like not the Gen Zs, where I'm very cautious about them, they're the ones who will be handling our pesa ya uzee. So we need to listen to them, because if we don't focus on them, they won't handle for us pesa ya uzee vizuri.
Thank you. Lutomia, as you exit, 10 seconds, please.
We are on course as a government to keep all our promise, and we mean it.
Aye, so
Good morning.
That is Godfrey Lutomia. He's a youth advocate. We also have Justina Wamae, champion for economic democracy. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely this conversation needs to continue. Unfortunately, this is the time we had. Yes. Right now, though, we're getting to the news with Winnie Maganga, and when we return, shall be having our second guest, and of course, City Muga is still here with us. We're going to be talking about Kenya's landmark pesticide ban. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The newly constituted Independent Election Boundaries Commission must make restoring public confidence in elections its top priority, says Law Society of Kenya. LSK President Faith Odhiambo warns that the country risks heading into another disputed contest unless urgent reforms are rolled out. Odhiambo on Tuesday night said the commission must begin working immediately to deliver a clear election roadmap, enforce the law, and demonstrate accountability in order to win over public that has become increasingly disillusioned with the electoral process. The LSK chief was speaking on Citizen TV.
About the new IEBC commission, I would say that they have a hard task ahead of them. I would say whatever rhetoric has been made against them on their personal capacity on the cases, now that they are the commissioners sitting, we should focus on how do we hold them accountable and the work that they have ahead of them. I believe that they have a huge duty in terms of restoring confidence in the members of the public and even on our Gen Zs that the system actually works, and that they can ensure that they deliver to Kenyans a free, fair, and credible election. That should be on top of their list.
Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni is expected in Kenya today for an official visit, according to a communique sent to newsrooms by State House Press Secretary Emmanuel Talam. The visit will take place at 10 a.m. at State House in Nairobi. Museveni is scheduled to meet with his Kenyan counterpart William Ruto, although the agenda of their meeting was not immediately disclosed. Kenyans' frustration with President William Ruto's leadership is not misplaced, according to Justina Wamae, a champion for economic democracy. Speaking during an interview with Radio Generation, Wamae said the president should not be shielded from accountability, as he had positioned himself as an experienced leader capable of delivering on promises once in office. She said Kenyans did not expect miracles, but trusted that Ruto's familiarity with government system will translate to better delivery.
When the president tells us 35 years experience have been in politics, then that experience is nothing, because when he was promising those things, he has been in government, he's been in the system. People knew maybe it's easier for him to promise because he knows how to deliver. But now when he tells us that, oh, we're expecting too much, then clearly the next time we're having an election, Nobody should bring up the issue of experience. What you should be having a conversation is about your solutions to the problem that you're seeing. So that when you get there, your experience unaeka kando, whether you have it or not, so that you can give the solutions. Even if it means a radical shift in how we do things out of government, then that matters.
Recently, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki urged critics of the Kenya Kwanza administration to be fair to President William Ruto. Kindiki said the president was given a 5-year term to deliver on his campaign promises and should not be assessed prematurely. The cabinet has approved a far-reaching set of reforms aimed at regulating religious institutions in Kenya. This as fears mount over the re-emergence of cult-like groups similar to the Shakahola tragedy. The proposals, drawn from a report by the Presidential Task Force on Review of Legal and Regulatory Framework governing religious organizations, were endorsed during a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto at State House Nairobi on Tuesday. At the center of reforms is the creation of National Religious Affairs Commission that will oversee the registration and operations of religious institutions, monitor compliance and offer policy direction. A Nairobi court has scheduled September 1st and 8th, 2025 as the next hearing dates in the case involving the killing of a protester, Rex Masai, who was fatally shot during anti-finance bill demonstrations in June 2024. The new dates were set on Tuesday, July 29 at the Milimani Law Courts following the appearance of a protected witness associated with the Independent Policing and Oversight Authority. The witness gave testimony virtually from IPOA offices with their face hidden and voice altered to protect their identity. Identified only as Gigi, the witness presented visual evidence allegedly linking a plainclothes police officer to the fatal shooting during the protest held on June 18th and 20th in Nairobi.
The witness has been sold to death to give a testimony. And the witness is there. She will say whether she say whether she has an opinion or she doesn't have any opinion. She will say yes, she will say no. That's the whole purpose of condemnation. You should just testify or that's what she said, not opinions.
Let's concentrate on facts, Council. Facts. You can rephrase your question.
My Lord, it is a fact that the witness...
Yes, concentrate on what the witness is saying. Just rephrase your question and proceed.
YouTube will be included in Australia's world-first social media ban for children under 16. After the government ditched a previous exemption for the platform. Under the ban, teenagers will still be able to view YouTube videos but will not be permitted to have an account, which is required for uploading content or interacting on the platform. That's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. And we are just about to get into this second quarter, the last quarter actually, of the show. But before we do that, I need to acknowledge a tweet I received earlier on. There is someone from, let me see, where is this? They were talking about manufacturing. Oh my goodness, I think I'm losing it. Oh yeah, here it is. This one is from Kenya Engineering Fraternity, and they were asking, have you had a look at incentives given to local engineering and manufacturing firms? How about poor engineering regulations or other standards by Engineers Board and KETRB? What is Kenya Association of Manufacturers Kenya doing allowing importation of even toothpicks? All right, Kenya Engineering Fraternity, I have taken note of that particular tweet. What I can promise right now, because we already had that conversation in the morning, is that we might end up inviting you here and perhaps people in the engineering industry to have a better conversation around these issues. But thank you so much for bringing that up. Right now, though, like I said earlier on, we're going to be having a conversation around pesticide bans in Kenya. Kenya's landmark pesticide ban, actually. And the person to help us have this conversation is Christine Gatwiri. She is a project coordinator, a Route to Food initiative. And kama kawaida, since 6 a.m. in studio, we have City Muga. So karibu sana Christine to Radio Generation. We're glad that you've joined us.
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm here to explain more about the pesticide ban that
Right.
was announced by the Ministry of Agriculture. That was in June 2025. And the big announcement was the withdrawal of 77 pesticide products, the restriction of 151, and the restriction of 202 products, and 151 products placed under review.
Right.
There has been a lot of confusion about what these numbers mean, what this pesticide ban itself means, and what implications are for farmers, for consumers in Kenya today. So that's what I'm coming to shed a light on today.
All right. Thank you so much. And like I said, we're glad to have you here to specifically have this conversation. Why did the ministry, or the government for that matter, feel it's important to have this landmark announcement as far as the ban is concerned?
Okay. So there has been a history of pesticides and in terms of health impacts and also environmental impacts. We know from many studies that pesticides are associated with things like cancer, and also they cause mutagenic reactions in the body, that is basically changes in the DNA. They also cause disruption of hormones and also affect nervous systems. Beyond that, they have an effect also on the environment, things like pollinators like bees and killing of aquatic animals. So it's a public interest issue in the fact that we need to protect our people, the health of our people, and also the health of our environment.
Right.
The Constitution guarantees us a right to a clean environment, the right to a safe food. So beyond just also health impacts, environmental impacts, there's also a conversation about the safety of the food that we eat. If I don't know if you've seen recent statistics from the National Cancer Institute, they are saying we are diagnosing 44,000 new cases of cancer every year.
44,000?
44,000, yes.
Okay.
And this is big. And we have to start looking at all the factors that could be causing this. And one big causative factor is food, and all the ways that it could be contaminated in a way that affects our bodies. So pesticides are top on the line in this issue. Yes.
Why did Kenya take so long to have this ban, yet other countries did it before us? Yeah.
That's a very good question, because if we look at when the regulatory body for pesticides is called PCPB, the Pest Products and Control Board, and if you look at historically what we've banned in Kenya, we started around 1986. That's when PCPB was formed, and we have always banned products that are actually banned in other countries. So using multilateral agreements, not as a country sitting and saying these things are not safe for us, so let's ban them. So there's a list actually in the release from the ministry. If you look at it, there's a list of 45 products that this says banned pesticides in Kenya. Those ones were banned because they were banned in other countries. We banned them in Kenya because they were banned in other countries.
Right.
So what makes this landmark is the fact that we are now starting to sit together as a country and say this is not good, let's ban it. Not just because it's banned elsewhere, but because we are realizing it's also not good for us. So and this is something we have always advocated for. Starting, for example, we submitted a petition to Parliament in 2019. It's called the Petition 70 of 2019. You can look it up.
Right.
And
Petition 70 of
2019.
So Petition 70 of 2019.
Yes.
Okay.
If you look it up, it's going to show you a petition to Parliament of Kenya saying that let's ban these very harmful pesticides from our country. And this was followed by the Committee of Implementation issued a report, and one of the recommendations from the report is PCPB, again the regulatory body, be able now to conduct assessments on pesticides that are in the market and act on them, like basically withdraw those that are harmful. So from that recommendation from the Committee of Implementation, we see PCPB start now asking even the public to come and give comments on the pesticides that are in the market, and then start the process of assessing. This is not something we were doing before. Let me also talk about another factor that makes this a landmark decision from the ministry. It's the fact that now we are looking at a pesticide, whether it's registered in the country of origin. This is not something you were doing before. Because what happens is, let's say a pesticide is manufactured by a company based in a European country.
Right. Actually, before we get to that, I'd like to understand, where do most of our pesticides come from? I know a lot of our medicine comes from India.
Yes.
But in terms of pesticides, tunazitoa wapi kwani?
So they are coming from all over. It depends also on the countries that are doing R&D, research and development.
Okay.
So we see a lot of European countries do that, Northern American countries do that. But also, same as medications, when now the patent runs out, another company can pick it up. So that's why you see some are coming from southern, Asian countries. Some are coming from European countries. It's a bit all over. It also depends on the countries that have the funds and also the capacities for research and development.
All right.
So I was talking about this.
An example of a drug coming from a European country.
A drug or let's say a pesticide.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me talk about something. It's called glyphosate. Glyphosate. And maybe I should clarify that there's active ingredient and there's a pesticide product. So glyphosate is an active ingredient. It can be found in multiple products. So it's the same thing we have. For example, let me give an example of wheat. Wheat is one component, but it can be used to make many other components. Can be used to make bread, can be used to make chapati, mandazi. So all of these things, we can say wheat is the active ingredient in all of them. So it's the same thing. Glyphosate, one active ingredient, but also found in multiple products. So even when we talk about these 77 that were banned by the ministry, we are talking about 77 end products. But now when you look, so end products, I mean the chapati, the mandazi, the bread, all those. But now when you look at the active ingredients or the main component in these 77, we are looking at 8 active ingredients. Okay. So when we talk about the 202 under restriction, it means that these products are not going to be accessible. They are still in the market, yes,
right,
but they are restricted in terms of how they are going to be used. For example, there's a restriction on open fields versus greenhouse. So for example, one has been restricted from open field, is in shamba. You can't apply it on shamba, but you can apply it in the greenhouse. Another one has been restricted from edible crops. For example, you can't use it in maize, but you can use it in
flowers.
Flowers, exactly.
Okay.
So that's what restriction means. And then that represents 8 active ingredients. So 8 active ingredients translating to 202 end products.
Okay.
Then there's another category. It's the 151 that have been placed under review.
Yes.
That represents 3 active ingredients. It's just that one of the active ingredients called mancozeb has so many. So
I have a question. So we've restricted pesticide A from being used in the field, but inaweza tumika kwa greenhouse.
Yes.
What is stopping me as a farmer? Because you see, government is not necessarily going to come to my farm and see how I am spraying my crops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is going to differentiate or restrict me once I have bought this pesticide from using it in the open field?
Yes.
Yet it is only supposed to be in the greenhouse.
That's exactly the question we're also asking. How is the government planning to implement this restriction?
Okay.
If you have to have it, because they are going to be still sold in the aggregate, the one for flowers and the one for not flowers.
Exactly.
It's still going to be the same aggregate. So what are the mechanisms that are there to make sure that if this is meant for flowers, the person who buys it is only going to be using it on flowers? So this is a big gap in terms of implementation that we see. It could be misused, so that things that we want to restrict are still widely available. So one of the solutions we've been looking at, and this is something the program coordinator where I work, Dr. Waroi, has been suggesting, is can we have a prescription system? You know, when you're sick and you go to the pharmacy, there are drugs you can't buy unless a doctor has written a note for you that you're okay to buy this type of drug.
Yes, so they're over-the-counter drugs and they're prescription drugs.
There's over-the-counter and there's prescription.
Okay.
So is there a way we can have at the county level a way that some of these pesticides, especially those under restriction, can be only purchased with a prescription from an extension officer?
All right.
And this is something that can be implemented at the county level. And as we even talk about these implementation gaps, these are some of the suggestions that are coming in. How can the county get involved in this process?
All right.
Yes.
You talk of bans.
Yes.
Are there pesticides that cut across greenhouses and open fields and whose level of possible to severe harm is limited?
That's a good question. Technically, it's not restricted. It's not when a manufacturer makes a product, it doesn't say this is for greenhouse, this is for the open field. What's happening is that the regulator, PCPB, is coming and saying, let's make this one for greenhouse only and not for open field. And why are they doing that? Because they know it's being abused or misused in the open field. And they have this assumption that the people in the greenhouse are going to use it better than the people using it on the open field. So it's also it's not a manufacturer's recommendation, it's more of a regulator's recommendation, and it's coming from the fact that we are seeing a lot of pesticides being abused in abuse generally. So the regulator is assuming this abuse is coming from people who are doing open field farming, the small scale farmers basically. It's actually restricting it from use by small scale farmers.
This abuse that you speak of,
yes,
what brings it about?
Sorry?
What brings about the abuse? Is it that they don't know, they are not well informed, they don't read the user's manual? What is it?
So it's a multitude of factors. The first one maybe I can talk about. There's a huge pressure to just produce something. And actually what is causing this is we are seeing a shift from what we call subsistence farming to commercial farming. You know, in the past we used to you plant your crops, then that is for domestic consumption. What you sell is the surplus. That is what we used to call subsistence farming. Now we are seeing a shift where you're doing the whole shamba, you're doing commercial, heavy commercial. So there isn't that perception of you're planting your crops, then that is for domestic use. Anything extra, that is what you sell. So if you convert your entire land to commercial, there is huge pressure in terms of wanting to produce something for the market and nothing getting destroyed by pests. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is ignorance. There's still a bit of ignorance. People don't know. Or maybe there's knowledge, but also recklessness around it. So because we see sometimes farmers, for example, the very heavy commercial one will have a commercial plot of land for the market, and then a separate one, kitchen garden, for their own use, because they don't want to eat whatever is being grown on the commercial piece of land. So I think there's awareness, yes, but also this pressure to produce the market and sell is also making abuse become such a big problem, because you will spray your tomatoes this morning and then in the afternoon you're picking them to go to the market.
I want to ask an idealistic question. Are there pesticides that don't have adverse side effects?
Yes. So pesticides are classified into different classes depending on the toxicity level and also on how harmful they are. So, for example, when we do advocacy against pesticides, what you focus on is a class of pesticides called highly hazardous pesticides. According to the World Health Organization has come with this very big categorization of pesticides. This class 1A. Class 1 is extremely hazardous. That one is just extremely lethal.
So why do they sell it if they know it's dangerous?
So class 1A has actually been banned or severely restricted across the world. So the contention here is class 1B. Class 1B is the highly hazardous pesticides. So they are not as lethal as class 1A, but then they have chronic and persistent effects both in our bodies and in the environment. And they're also profitable, and they're also very effective in terms of whether it's pest control, insect control, whether it's herbicide, whether it's fungicide. So the issue is there are these pesticides, the highly hazardous, especially the highly hazardous pesticides. The effect is not always immediate. Some of them it can take a bit of time, but then they are for sure they hurt our environment and also they hurt our bodies. There's actually a study that has been conducted, and I shared this story on our social media pages. You can look it up at Root to Food. There's a study that has been published showing pesticide residues in sanitary towels and tampons and pads. And where is this coming from?
They have found the pesticide.
Yes, residues
in this product.
In this product.
Okay.
And where do you think this is coming from? It's from cotton.
The material that is used to make these things.
Which is cotton. So cotton is one of those crops that is cultivated with a cocktail, not just one, a cocktail of pesticides.
Why?
Insect control, and mostly insect control. It's affected a lot by insects, so you have to spray a lot of all these things.
Insects like it, in other words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so the pesticide is not, it's not ending after you harvest the cotton. It's still being persistent after you take the cotton and go make all these materials with it. So they didn't do a study on diapers, but also they expect, because they have cotton, you would find some residues of pesticides. And you know
these residues are active.
Yes, there are residues that can get into your body.
I'm asking because some could be inert. If it's active, it means that the moment your body comes into contact with it, then the harm we are speaking of is very direct.
Yes. These pesticide residues, they're active in that sense. They get into our bodies. For example, if you're looking at these sanitary towels, these are things you insert into your body. And you know, if you consume something, like for example, let me take you to biology, secondary school. If you consume something you eat, the stomach acids.
If you ingest something.
Yes, exactly. If you ingest something, if you ingest something, the stomach acids are supposed to, for example,
break it down.
For example, if it's bacteria, the low pH in the stomach, it breaks. It kind of kills those bacteria.
All right.
Right. But not if you insert something in your body. There's not that. There's a tiny barrier. These things directly get absorbed into your body.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to take you back to that part of cotton.
Yeah.
A couple of decades ago, we actually developed biotechnology cotton, which was meant to be resistant to pests and a lot of these other things. So and I thought that was a very good solution, you know, where we are having this GMO cotton that now we don't need to use anything on it. But now here we are, again, we are using it on cotton. So is it that we have a new pest that is now resistant to the resistant cotton? Or what are we saying?
So
because I know Kenya really took that cotton and we owned it because it was primarily actually developed in this country.
Yeah. Actually, even genetically modified cotton can still the pest can still become resistant to it.
Okay.
So you're saying that they're genetically modified pests?
No, not
they adapted.
They adapt to it. Resistance is actually a big issue even in the medical field. That's why even antibiotics, you advised you shouldn't
abuse them.
You should make sure you finish your course, and also you don't go to the pharmacy and get a prescription. You go to a doctor who tests you, and then they give you a prescription. It should be controlled. Otherwise, we are looking at a pandemic, a new pandemic of antibiotic resistance.
Right.
So even in medication, even in pesticides, and pesticides are actually drugs. We need to take them as pharmaceuticals. They are drugs. So there's also an issue of resistance when you start using them a lot.
Which is the bigger problem here, really? That is it an industry that is commercial, and so the people pushing the products have a business to run?
Yes.
Or is it that the industry that deals with regulating and ensuring that safety measures are adhered to is weak? Or are we saying that this is something that is completely out of our control and we are constantly going to be chasing after it?
Okay. it's not something that is completely out of our control, especially if there is political will to do it. And what we are seeing with this ministry release is the beginning of political will, because this is an executive level decision to ban these pesticides. Previously, it used to be technical by the regulatory body, but now we are seeing a political will, and also the fact that this is executive decision. We are seeing the beginning of political will in terms of addressing. Yes, the pesticide industry is actually quite powerful in terms of even profits, in terms of influence, in terms of power. I don't know if you have seen, there's a documentary on YouTube. It was done by African Uncensored. It's called Poison PR. You should check it out. And you get to see how powerful this interest can be. You know, they designed like a whole database of people who are in the pesticide industry, and with their private information, maybe even to target them. It's a whole thing. So they're incredibly powerful.
Okay.
But then also we are saying the regulatory body is also should also reflect some of this power, like and because now you have the power to regulate. Why not act on it?
Yeah.
So one big gap we see is how the regulation space itself is fragmented. So PCPB does the registration. If you come with your own pesticide, you want to register and use in the Kenyan market, you go to PCPB and apply for a license. But then there are very weak systems in terms of monitoring. So, for example, something can be withdrawn, but it's still in the market. So, whose role is it now to come and monitor and ensure this thing is out of the market?
Because if again, sorry, first of all, the ban that we have here in Kenya, is it in Tanzania and Uganda?
No.
Is it in Ethiopia?
No.
So now, if I'm a farmer and I'd like to smuggle this very effective pesticide that Kenya now has told me imepigwa marufuku, and me I can see it's working in my farm, and you said earlier on that it's very cheap. So me I want to go for the cheaper option, and I know I can get it from Uganda.
Yes.
Of course I'll have to bribe one or two people at the border to get it through. So this is also a situation I am certain you will face.
Yes.
Because we are having a similar situation even with our own drug problem.
Absolutely, and this is something that is happening.
So tutafanya aje hapo?
So again, this now goes back to the question of interagency collaboration. How are all these agencies that we have working together to make sure that pesticide is adequately regulated? PCPB does the registration, but it would be also better if someone else is picking the tab of the surveillance and the monitoring. For example, KRA could actually get involved because this is a customs issue, something that is getting into the country from outside of the border. And that's something actually we see. If you go to a place called Kimana, Kimana is the second largest producer of tomatoes in Kenya after Kirinyaga.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
And guess what they are using? Pesticides that have already been banned in the country, but they're able to get them from across the border.
So you're saying that Kajiado County, next to Namanga,
yes,
we are now having pesticides coming through Tanzania that have been banned in Kenya.
Yes.
And this is a well-known fact.
Yes, it's a well-known fact. If you go to any farm,
you said this is the second largest, right?
Second largest
tomato producer
in Kenya. Yes.
Aye.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you live in Nairobi as we do, the likelihood of the tomatoes we eat is that maybe 50% of it comes from Kimana.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
So I should stop eating tomatoes.
So
yeah. No, it's a legitimate question though. It's a legit because out of every 2 tomatoes I buy, one is poisoned.
Yeah.
So what are we saying?
Okay. So this is a larger conversation on food safety.
Yeah.
You can't. So we have done this study, and we are launching it in a month or two. And it's basically how can you reduce pesticide exposure at home? You've bought your tomatoes. How do you reduce your pesticide exposure? So we will share some methods you can do at home to be able to do that. But even that, it's not.
Meaning you can reduce the toxicity in the tomato you've already bought.
Yes, by these methods that we come up with, we have investigated them. So how maybe you can wash it, but I want also to say you won't be able to reduce it 100%. You can maybe reduce some of that is on the surface.
By what percentages are important here? By what percent? Or you will tell us later?
You'll tell us when we'll tell you when you are launching the study, because it's a
full
empirical study.
You will tell us
on how to do it.
Wonderful.
But I also want to preempt this and say it's not going to be a silver bullet. Like now you take this and then you do this and then no pesticide on the tomato, it's just going to reduce those on the surface. It might not be able to reduce those that are already inside the tomato. And now, this is where now we come in, because this is a regulatory issue. There's nothing you as an individual can do to reduce pesticides. There's nothing you as an individual can do. It's about central regulation.
Wait. I thought you've just said that you're going to unveil
Yes.
something that can help me at home.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And then now you're saying there's nothing I can do.
Yes. Both of those statements are true.
No. Yes, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
explain what you mean, please.
Okay. So, let's say you are eating your sukuma wiki, and you've bought it from the market. There's surface level pesticide residues. It's possible to reduce some of that from the surface. Okay, but if something that was sprayed is systematic means it got into the plant.
All right.
You might not be able to do anything about that. And now, what's the solution for that? It's central regulation that makes sure that these very harmful pesticides are out of the market. Because I myself, I'm not able to completely reduce everything, right? So what should happen is that whenever I go to the mama mboga or to the market to buy my tomatoes or my sukuma wiki, I should be guaranteed it is safe.
Yeah.
And that's the only way to guarantee that is if all these very harmful ones are outside the market. They are not in Kenya anymore.
So, Christian, we've seen in the news cycles where we see people are arrested for drug trafficking. You know, we have seen Akasha ameshikwa amepelekwa male amepelekwa. We see people being arrested, quack doctors. You remember Mugo, I think it was Wawairimo? Quack doctor ameshikwa amefanywa kitu amefanywa.
Yes.
We had a fake lawyer arrested just a couple of months ago. So, but I've never seen a farmer or an agrovet arrested and taken into custody, and we are told Gatwiri Christian was selling fake medicine or fake tomatoes or fake whatever. Poisoned tomatoes and poisoned sukuma wiki. So what do we do in that regard? You know, does it mean that now tukae pale na tuendelee kuconsume hizi vitu na tungoje serikali ifanye kitu? Because clearly from where I sit ni kama serikali ifanye kitu.
There's a surveillance and monitoring gap. So PCPB is supposed to do this, but apparently there are challenges to doing it, and this is what I'm asking the government to really step up on doing, surveillance and monitoring. Then you've raised a very important issue of agrovets. You know, but I look at the medical field and I really admire them, because they really control the medicines. They are actually very controlled.
And their staff as well.
Yes, and their staff. You can't just open your pharmacy, your chemist up and you're selling, but agrovet, very easy to do. And so and then even if you look at how the pharmacy and poisons board, how they do their nini, they don't wait for evidence, whatnot. If something is suspected,
they pounce on you.
The first thing issue is a nini. It's withdrawn from the market completely, and then kesi badaye. Then they come now starting now what is going on, but it's already been withdrawn.
Okay.
So there's an extent to which PCPB as the regulator needs to step up.
Okay.
In terms of surveillance, in terms of monitoring, and I also wonder if this is also a job that can be taken by another agency. Maybe I know KEPS may probably do more on the monitoring in terms of the residues about crops already in the market.
Right.
But also KEFIS, but also as well as NEMA. NEMA actually has a very broad mandate in terms of also environmental issues, and they have this thing called the precautionary principle embedded into it's called the Environmental Management and Coordination Act. That's one that founded NEMA, and precautionary principle basically says you do not have to wait for scientific certainty before you act. You act and then kesi badai. So this is something that PCPB can actually, the regulation itself of pesticides can actually benefit from. Let me also go back to the question that you asked about what do we do. I know I said one is the regulation itself making sure that these pesticides are out of the market. But we are talking about also alternatives. because, as I said, it's a classification system. Not all of them are quite harmful. Some of them are on the safer side of the spectrum. But what we promote is cultural practices, because if you do, there are certain things that you do on the farm that will reduce your pesticide load. And once you reduce your pesticide load, then it means even the likelihood that you're going to spray, that you need spraying pesticide, is also reduced. So let me introduce something here. This is something we've done and launched last year. It's called a Farmer's Resource Guide, Achieving Food Production Without Toxic Pesticides. So it gives you, it's actually very well illustrated, very simple to use, and this is something you can even download from our website, roottofood.org. Go to the resource hub and look for this, download, share on WhatsApp, share to farmers. So let me show you something.
Right.
This pyramid. This pyramid, it tells you how you should manage pests on the farm. You don't start with pesticide spraying.
Yes.
That's at the top completely. What you start with is cultural practices, which means soil and water management, biodiversity. So these things like crop rotation, like you don't plant potatoes.
Year
What's
in,
going
year
to happen?
out.
Yes. What's going to happen? The pests of potatoes will dwell on your farm forever. How do you so if you break that cycle, if you plant another crop outside of potatoes, it's going to break that cycle of that pest.
Okay.
So that's a very easy solution to implement, so that you don't need to spray this persistent pest problem that you have because you're planting potatoes all through.
What if I'm exclusively a potato farmer and that's my income? Mimi niko pale Kinangop, I have this 10 acres of nothing but potatoes. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you still need to break the pest cycle.
So crop rotation. Next season I do tea.
Not tea, but something else.
Something that can go in that area.
That doesn't hold the same type of pest as potatoes. So you can't also do tomatoes in the same family. You can do maybe sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah, so something totally different. Another thing could be things like intercropping. And then after if this doesn't work, so you've done this crop rotation, you've done intercropping, it doesn't work, there are still pests. That's when you start working now on biocontrol. Biocontrol means like things like, do you know rabbit urine? Do you know rabbit urine is used to repel pests?
Is that so? I didn't know that.
Yes. Because it's strong, it has this very, very strong smell. It's able to repel. It's able to repel pests. And this
I collect rabbit urine from God knows where, but once I get
rabbits. Keep rabbits.
I come and I start spraying it. Okay.
You dilute it first. You have to dilute, otherwise itachoma. And then we have a recipe about to make it. So you collect, and actually use also fertilizer. You collect so fresh rabbit. So there's a recipe.
And this is just the urine, not the poop.
No, just
and
the urine.
I can't choose mbuzi. It has got to. Okay. I was just confirming.
So rabbit 1 liter, then mix with 4 liters, and then how to spray and how to apply. So this book is very useful. It has, even if you want to use Tidonia. Tidonia is a Mexican sunflower spray. So it's something, I don't know if there are these plants that grow as fence. Goats love to eat them, and they are very bitter. Can also be used as pest control, and also as a fertilizer. Some of these things, they are both fertilizer and both pest control.
So this plant that grows on the walls, I do what? I just plant it randomly in my farm.
Most of them actually just I've never seen anyone plant them. Most of them just grow.
Oh, they
just grow. From where I come from, most of them are just in many fences.
They plant themselves.
Yeah. Sorry.
They plant themselves.
I think they grow like weeds. I've never seen anyone plant them.
Seed discussion and all that.
Where I come from, they are in everyone's fence.
Okay.
Everyone. That's what they use as fence.
Are they creepers?
No. No.
They
plant, and then they have this thing that looks like a sunflower. The flower looks as a sunflower. I think you've seen them.
Those ones.
Yes,
It's
called Tidonia.
Chidonia.
Tidonia with T-I.
Tidonia.
Yes.
All right, continue as I Google this one.
Is that a Latin name? Is that English?
No. I don't think it's it could be. Actually, it could be the generic
Actually,
name.
It's called Mexican sunflower.
Yes.
Tithonia diversifolia.
Yes.
That's the scientific name.
You can even use garlic spray. So there are all these things that you can use even before. Remember, these ones were before you get now to the pesticides. So you apply this, and then if they don't work, that's when you start looking at pesticides. But even if no pesticides, there's a whole broad spectrum. You start with biopesticides. And then if this don't work, then you can now start looking at those other safer alternatives. So what I'm trying to say here is there's a spectrum of options. If you have a headache today, you don't go to the doctor and then the doctor prescribes surgery immediately to start trying to figure out what's wrong with your brain. First of all, maybe you take a nap. Maybe you're tired, right?
Yeah, hydration.
Yeah, hydration. Maybe ujakunywa majani hiyo siku, so you get some tea. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's say maybe you go to a doctor. A doctor will also perform some tests. They offer some medicine. Then if that doesn't work, they escalate to something else. So what we are saying also is it's standard practice across pharmaceutical not to start with the most, the extreme one. Start with this in terms of pest control, manage it, and then now let's escalate as we go.
Yeah. There's something you mentioned in terms of greenhouse and then open shamba.
Yes.
So are there some specific pests that only attack open shamba, but they don't get into the greenhouse and vice versa, such that they're only in the greenhouse and they're not in the open shamba?
No. The reason for why they are doing this, they are restricting some pesticide for greenhouse only, is because they're making an assumption that the people on the open shamba do not use them or they will abuse them.
Okay.
They're basically trying to restrict small-scale farmers from using them. And it can be a whole conversation. Can this also greenhouse people be able to use them? That's also a very valid question. We don't know.
Yeah.
So it's more of a regulatory decision to try restrict this from being used by the open chambers.
From what I've heard you say,
there
is a way in which you can actually grow your crops without using pesticides.
Yeah, if you have garlic and rabbit urine.
And that Mexican sunflower.
Sunflower, Tithonia.
Yes. It's not the rabbit urine. You start with the rabbit first. Because the urine is not independent of the rabbit.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
And you will need lots of rabbits to get 1 liter.
Yes, exactly. My question is this.
Yeah.
When people talk about organic farming, are this sort of farming, is it pesticide free?
So, no, not necessarily. But it's
So then why is it organic?
Because the pesticides applied, they are not inorganic. They are from organic sources.
So you have organic pesticides.
Yes.
And these ones do not have the sort of severe, deadly, dangerous after effects like the other chemical ones.
Yes. So when we talk about organic sources of pest control options, there's this what we have been discussing, the rabbit, whatnot. But there's also another commercially produced biopesticides, if you want.
They're called biopesticides.
Biopesticides. They are coming from biological organisms. For example, there are people who make it's a biopesticide from maybe neem, warubaine. So so organic basically just means that it's the pest control options and also even the fertility, soil health management that they use, they're all coming from organic sources.
All right. Yes. So it is available.
Yeah, they're available.
Okay, I'm not going to go into why it is not used. Let's talk about the cost effectiveness of both.
Of the inorganic and the organic.
Yes. Which one guarantees you the yield that a farmer would be interested in without the throwback of the harm that we clearly know pesticides bring, if you were to compare them blow by blow, step by step?
Do you know, we have reached a point where organic production is actually as cost effective as the conventional one.
We have reached.
We
were previously not there.
Yeah, because of many factors, especially dealing with production issues. But the thing with organic is because now you have applied these things, the cultural practices that you were talking about, the crop rotation, the intercropping, the companion planting, it means now you have a much reduced pesticide load. So you don't need to spray as much. So even if you have to go now and now start applying the ones that you purchase, which now brings in the cost issue, you are not at the same level as the conventional farmer. Because your pest load is much lower.
That's not going to, but pause. The conversation we're having here is that having followed these traditional methods and these organic methods, the load of pests within that ecosystem is reduced.
Yes.
So this spraying, we are referring to spraying with organic pesticides. Is that what we're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, so everything now is organic.
Yes.
So it can be done.
Yes.
Are there any organic pesticides that have harmful side effects?
Harmful side effects. I'm not aware, but if most of these things, because they are organic based, for example, neem, marubani, is something we consume even in our bodies, even as medication.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not aware, and I can look that up, but I do not expect there is any side effects from that.
Everything has side effects, including water. So, oh yes, everything. The reason why I ask is because there are people listening, and what we say will be taken as gospel. Now, we don't want a situation where somebody goes the organic way and says, this organic thing, my goodness gracious me.
Radio generation ilindanganya.
Yes, nilitumia organic, and what do you know?
Yeah. But if you're looking at side effects, really, something that is causing you cancer and causing you nervous system
Damage.
issues like Parkinson's and whatnot cannot be compared to what the effect of neem.
Actually, you can. This is really my point. My point is that it's not that I'm expecting to be problem-free.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that information that is given upon it is as wholesome as possible, so that people understand what they're getting into.
Okay.
Because, for instance, I want to do some farming, and I will want to know and understand that if I go this organic way, I have not reduced all my problems, but I've minimized them as much as is humanly possible. That's what I seek to understand.
Okay, so let's do this. If you want to venture into agriculture, first of all, don't even start thinking about what pest control options you're going to use. First thing, do cultural practices. Let's start at the basic minimum. Let's start doing cultural practices. You have cabbage, for example, and this book has actually 5 different crops, the pests and the diseases that affect it, and how to control them. So, for example, we take cabbage. Cabbage is affected by, for example, aphids. How do you control aphids? You intercrop with onions. You physically remove infested plants. You plant hedges and flowers in the field to attract natural enemies. So, and then now, if this doesn't work, now we start looking at the biopesticide options available. You choose something like neem oil. You choose something like ash brew. You choose something like rabbit urine. If you want to purchase something, go purchase yellow traps. Yellow traps actually have
what
something.
are those?
So yellow traps are it's a biocontrol of pests, and they're basically made to
What
have
are the ingredients?
pheromones. They have insect pheromones. So what they do, they attract. They attract. Was it male or females? I think females.
They attract each other. It depends who's producing the pheromones.
Yeah,
Mostly it's women.
Yeah.
female insects.
No, so then they are going to attract the male insects, and what happens now? There's no reproduction. They will not reproduce.
Wait
so
a moment.
it's a very creative
So
and clever.
we're sterilizing them.
Not sterilizing.
What are we doing?
We are reducing one gender from the
So
population.
we are neuting them.
Not neuting. You have not affected them. You are attracting one of the genders from the population. And
So that
withdrawing
means
from
the women remain widows.
So no, essentially we are making one group celibate.
Yes, we are actually. We are.
But it works.
We are taking away their conjugal rights. But I get what you mean, and it makes sense.
Yes.
It makes sense. They've tried that with mosquitoes as well.
Yes.
They're actually even mating mosquitoes, and the offspring are they're like a mule, sterile, right? But now here is a question in regards to this whole pesticide issue.
Yeah.
Why are we not investing in and this is now a question I'm asking you personally. You might not have the answer because you're not government, but is it possible to empower our own manufacturers here in Kenya so that we can produce friendly or friendlier pesticides, whether organic or otherwise?
Yes.
So that now tuache ku rely on these European countries. So is it because we do not have ingredients, we don't have the manufacturing capacity, or what? Where in your opinion is the problem?
Okay, 2 things. I know the government is interested in reviving the pyrethrum sector. That could provide in terms of pyrethrum as an option. But also I've talked to the pesticide manufacturers. It's also there's a cost issue. It becomes expensive to produce. Also technical capacity. So that's something the government can assist in as well.
Technical in terms of the manpower or the knowledge?
Both.
Okay.
As well. So these are gaps that the government can assist in. But beyond that, I would really like the county government to step up, because when we talk about farmers, small scale farmers in the rural areas, it's county governments that are directly responsible. How can we train farmers on how to do this better, to do the cultural practices that reduce the pesticide load, even before we start thinking about these things that you have to buy and apply on the farm? We must start at the basic minimum, which are cultural practices. So county governments have a role to play. And I'm really encouraged that some of them, we have a national agroecology strategy, and some counties, including Muranga, they have come up with their own county agroecology strategies to domesticate this national one. So the next step is really to make sure that there's training materials that help now these county extension officers be able to reach farmers, both training materials but also budgets to support this process.
I want to go back to the technical know-how aspect of your answer. And I'm thinking that we have all these TVETs, we have all these universities, both private and public, and we have engineers. We are training them on a daily, and we are graduating them twice a year from all the universities in Kenya, and we still lack in terms of technical know-how to really bring up these manufacturing industries. We've been banning pesticides since 1986.
I know.
Na bado saizi tunashindwa.
Yes. So some of it I know can be a skill transfer. Like you've learned this thing, and the industry is looking for this other type of skill, and you need to switch up your skill. But beyond that, it's a government's responsibility really to create an enabling environment. So if it's training that is required, that is something that government can be able to offer.
Right.
If it's whether it's subsidies or whatever else might be required in terms of getting the right materials, getting the right equipment, this is also something that government can be able to do. So I'm encouraged that given now this executive interest, at least at the ministry right now, that now we are going to have conversations about how to enable this sector to grow, and not just the pesticide industry itself, but also in terms of the farmers themselves having the know-how of how to do these cultural practices, because it's something we used to do. Now we just need to remind ourselves, because in the past we didn't have a whole piece of land that you've just planted maize and nothing else. We used to intercrop. You have maize and beans, and you have vitungu and your vegetables on the side. So we've now shifted to an area where it's maize from here to the where the eye can see. So it's something we need to remind ourselves, and I'm hoping we can continue conversations, and the media can also help us in terms of having and being able to reach farmers as well.
And we have these big companies that we have Isipe here in Kenya. We have Ilri. Then we have Kari, our very own.
It's called Calro.
Calro, yes. So we have Calro, and we are still unable to come up with solutions.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. In fact, the institutions you speak of have done wonderful things over time, to the point where we've even exported our expertise to other countries.
Yes.
Now, specifically to what we're discussing, she's in a better position to tell us what they have done.
As far as pest control is concerned.
But they are doing amazing work. Like Isipe is a totally different level when it comes to being creative around like this. What you are saying about the yellow straps being a very creative. So Isipe has got
that was the
not that one specifically, but they have other very creative solutions in terms of pest control. Calro is also very active in this space. So there is research coming from our institutions in both universities, in the research institution themselves. The other day we were conversing with someone who is trying to make a pesticide from seaweeds, like and make it in like a neutral. I think they were referring to it as a nano. So it's extremely small that is able to target the pest itself. and it's coming from seaweed. So there's research ongoing from individuals, from universities, from research institutions. So and this goes to the question we always ask: where are our innovations going? Because we have innovations, they're being done and they're being published. But now, how do we make sure that transferring to the market?
All right.
How do we make sure that we are adopting them as farmers, as practitioners? How do we communicate with all these people involved in this process and make sure that now we are benefiting from them?
All right. We've come to the end of the show, but before I let you go, I should have asked you this question earlier on. Route to Food Initiative, what are you guys all about?
Okay, so we are an initiative of a program called Agroecology and Food Rights Program, and we are based at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, which is a German political foundation. What we do is we do research, we do advocacy, and we do communication. We are basically a communication-based platform.
Okay.
Our flagship work has been this pesticide advocacy, but we also touch on other thematic areas that touch on food. And the right to food, the fact that everyone has the right to food according to the Constitution, Article 42, and we try to promote that. Maybe what I can also add is that we've been involved in this pesticide advocacy from 2019 when we submitted the petition that I talked about.
Right.
And we don't act alone. We don't work alone. We work with partners. I'm just here representing a larger ally network who are actually also involved in these food safety campaigns.
You said you're funded by a German political party.
Okay, so we are our initiative, Route to Food Initiative, is it's an initiative of the Agroecology and Food Rights Program. Yes, so our parent organization is the Heinrich Böll Foundation, and it's a political foundation of a party.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I know them.
Yeah.
So basically, you guys get your money from ODM, yeah, Germany. Just kidding on a light note. But thank you so much, Christine. Christine Gatwiri, Project Coordinator, Route to Food Initiative. Absolutely awesome conversation, and I hope you'll be back here to give us good news as far as perhaps even manufacturing, local manufacturing of pesticides is concerned.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where does one find rabbits?
Rabbits are everywhere. I can even give you a contact of a friend who keeps them. Yeah, everywhere. And we don't eat meat from them as much.
Yes.
So if you can keep rabbits even just for their urine, and it's not just pest control, it's also fertilizer. It's fertilizer for your soil. So get some.
City Muga, karibu tena sana to Radio Donation Fraternity, or is it family?
Family.
Karibu tena sana. This is where we come to a close, folks. See you tomorrow bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m. We shall leave you also in the safe hands of one brand, Odur and Rania. After that, they shall hand you over to Diana Kubebea and DJ Abstract, and later on, of course, musifunge radio until you listen to the wind down. Today, I understand they have a very interesting conversation coming up at exactly 7 in the a.m. 7 in the p.m. Sorry, but until 6 in the a.m. It's been real. Hasta la vista.
The home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.